All stand. Please be seated. The Royal Commission on Antisemitism and Social Cohesion is now in session.
Commissioner, I call Brendan Dowling.
Yes. Mr. Dowling, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
I'll do the oath, thank you.
Yes.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Mr. Dowling, please state your full name.
Brendan Joseph Dowling.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You are the Counter-Terrorism Coordinator,
Correct.
and that's a position within the Department of Home Affairs of the Commonwealth.
That's right.
You've prepared a written statement dated the 12th of June 2026.
Yes.
There are a couple of amendments to that statement that I'll just take you to, if that's convenient.
Yes, please.
In paragraph 66, there's a cross-reference in the second line to 34 to 35, and that should be 29 to 33.
Correct.
In paragraph 81, in the first line, we delete the words, "It was reported that," and at the end of that paragraph, delete the doc ID.
Yes.
And in paragraph 84, in the first line, delete the words, "It was reported that," and at the end of that paragraph, delete the doc ID again.
Yes.
And with those amendments made, are the contents of the statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Commissioner, I tender the statement. It's sta.0199.0001.001.
Yes, the statement will be admitted as an exhibit.
Mr. Dowling, you commenced your role as Counter-Terrorism Coordinator on the 14th of May this year.
Correct.
Before you did so, you had worked in a range of security and cyber-related roles at the Department of Home Affairs and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Yes.
The position of Counter-Terrorism Coordinator was created by the Commonwealth Government in response to the interim report of this Commission.
So there has been a position of Counter-Terrorism Coordinator for more than a decade in the Commonwealth Government, but in response to the interim report of the Royal Commission, the Counter-Terrorism Coordinator role was made a full-time dedicated focus as it had been previously, but in recent years there had been some other duties associated with the position.
And so could you give a brief summary of the functions and duties that the position now requires?
So my role as the Counter-Terrorism Coordinator is to effectively provide national leadership on counter-terrorism and counter-violent extremism activities. That goes to working in partnership with state and territories, policing agencies, service delivery agencies, and the national intelligence community on understanding the extremism and terrorism threats that face Australia, ensuring that we're positioned to prevent, prepare, respond to those threats, chairing the Australian New Zealand Counter-Terrorism Committee, which is our national system for counter-terrorism capability, which goes to operational and intelligence matters, but also matters of policy. Within my remit sits the Commonwealth Counter-Terrorism Centre, which is responsible for matters of law relating to counter-terrorism policies and the delivery of programs for counter-terrorism activities, but also for countering violent extremism activities. In the event of an incident or the lead up to the incident, I become the Commonwealth official with responsibility for coordinating our response to a terrorist incident.
And in your position now for some 3 months. Are there any changes to the structure of the way the Commonwealth Government deals with counter-terrorism management and administration that have been implemented in that time?
The primary change is the full-time dedicated focus of my role, which has given me the mandate and the responsibility of focusing deeply on our counter-terrorism arrangements that are in place nationally. Alongside that, we are working to implement the reports, the recommendations of the interim report of the Royal Commission, which go to some of our national arrangements, including the Counter-Terrorism Handbook, which operates as the principal source of guidance and operational procedures for our counter-terrorism preparation and response. We're also looking at improvements to the joint counter-terrorism teams, which operate in all jurisdictions, and continuing to look at, as I come into the role, the effectiveness of our operational programs, our violent extremism programs, and the Commonwealth laws that relate to terrorism offences.
So you mentioned that one aspect of your role is chair of the ANZ CTC, the Counter-Terrorism Committee.
Mm-hmm.
That has a subcommittee called Countering Violent Extremism. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And that committee is made up of Commonwealth and state and territory representatives, at least to the extent that those jurisdictions maintain a CVE function.
Yes.
And how widespread across Australia is that? What states and territories do not maintain a CVE function?
So all states and territories have a countering violent extremism function and the ability to deliver CVE services and programs. The level of maturity, the size of those services and programs does vary around the country. Smaller jurisdictions, as you would expect, maintain smaller operations, and to a degree these programs are demand driven, so the scale of the services is partly determined by the demand on those programs in recent years. As you'd expect, New South Wales and Victoria have larger countering violent extremism services operations, have a degree of a lot of experience with the delivery of those programs. Some of the smaller jurisdictions maintain smaller operations. I would note that in light of that, the information sharing, the sharing of expertise between jurisdictions is very active, and that the larger jurisdictions take seriously their responsibility to support the capability in the smaller jurisdictions.
And is that part of your role to promote that engagement and assistance?
That's right. How we described it is our countering violent extremism programs are nationally coordinated but locally delivered. So it is within the responsibilities of the states and territories to determine the operations of their programs, how they deliver it, the administrative structures of their programs. What we do look to do is achieve national consistency where appropriate. It's not always the right solution, particularly when you have variance in the scale and maturity of the programs, but where there are lessons learned about what are effective interventions, what is working for the types of caseloads that we're seeing around the country, there is that very active information sharing amongst jurisdictions to say, this is the approach we're applying here, this is working well, other jurisdictions can learn from that approach.
And that is done through the CVE subcommittee of the Counter-Terrorism Committee, is it?
That's the formal mechanism by which some of those lessons are shared. I think every jurisdiction has a countering violent extremism coordinator. Those positions will work quite actively and informally with each other. I'd say there's quite frequent information sharing and gatherings. the CVE subcommittee of the ANZ-CTC operates at a structured and more senior level, so it creates that ability to not only share information but to support training of practitioners around the country, to support research projects that go to improving the way that we conduct CVE activities, but it's not the sole mechanism by which that interaction happens.
And part of the CVE committee's administration involves the administration of a funding program, is that right?
So the administration of the funding under our primary CVE program nationally, the National Support and Intervention Program, the funding is administered by the Commonwealth and is distributed to states and territories under Federation funding agreements. So the subcommittee itself doesn't have a role in the allocation or the administration of the funding, but the representatives on the subcommittee will tend to be the Commonwealth's counterparts in putting in place financial arrangements to disperse the money that's allocated by the Commonwealth Government.
You've said in your statement that your core mandate as the Counter-Terrorism Coordinator is informed by three documents or strategies. One is the Counter-Terrorism and Violent Extremism strategy of last year. Another's the National Counter-Terrorism Plan.
Yes.
And then under that is the National Counter-Terrorism Handbook. Is that right?
Correct.
You've referred in general terms in your statement to the view that people become radicalised for a range of personal, social and ideological reasons.
Yes.
From your perspective as the Counter-Terrorism Coordinator, what are the predominant or recurring factors that lead to radicalisation of individuals?
So we tend to see across cases where we are concerned about radicalisation that there is common factors. So there will often be an underlying sense of grievance directed at an external person, party, idea. There will be a sense of isolation, and there will be a disconnection from surrounding protective factors, and that might be a disconnection from school, from employment, from family, from community. And so coupling together that sense of isolation and disconnection with a sense of grievance or anger, more often than not, in fact in nearly all cases, there is an online dimension where access to violent extremist material online, access to a community of like-minded people who foment that sense of grievance and anger. So we see that the online environment is nearly always involved in accelerating some of those grievances and giving people access to material that supports their ideological interpretation of those grievances, their explanation, justification as to why their grievance is supposedly legitimate, and in the cases that we're most worried about, why mobilisation to violence is seen as a legitimate activity. I would say that every radicalised person is different. Every case has quite a lot of variation, but those are some of the common themes that we see emerging in the caseload.
Thank you. You've also indicated in your statement the view that countering violent extremism initiatives complement law enforcement approaches but are different from them. At that very general level, can you explain the differences and any tensions between those two approaches?
So we're living through an era where we're seeing an increasing number of people engaging in a radicalisation journey, looking at violence and violent extremism as a solution. The law enforcement comes at what you consider the pointy end, where someone is quite deep in their radicalisation, potentially mobilising towards violence, potentially planning a violent activity or some other harmful activity. By the time police and law enforcement are able to identify that case, some of the opportunities for earlier intervention have passed. So the ideal for countering violent extremism programs to be effective, the earlier that the risk factors are identified, the better, and the more likely chance of success of those intervention programs. So the law enforcement response is crucial, and we do get many referrals into our intervention programs from the law enforcement or the corrections system. But our solution to the increasing number of radicalised youth can't be solely law enforcement, can't be locking anyone who engages in extremist or radical ideas up. A more constructive approach is to have those authorities and powers reserved for the higher risk cases, reserved for people who are committing offences, which might be preparation, planning for an attack, or worst case, conducting an attack, or engaging, downloading, storing violent and extremist material. But where we are able to identify risk factors and apply non-securitized, non-law enforcement interventions, that is a preferred way to manage radicalisation.
Your statement addresses in some detail a series of programs for early intervention, as you've mentioned, and disengagement.
Yes.
Do you also describe some of these programs as deradicalisation programs, or is that not a descriptor you use?
So it is a descriptor we don't tend to use. I would note that this is a matter of some academic contest around what the right terminology is to use in relation to violent extremism. We tend to use terminology like disengagement. The rationale for that is that the aim of our programs is to address harmful behaviours, is to address violent behaviours. We don't set ourselves an aspiration to change the way somebody thinks, or to measure the success of our programs by changing what someone's beliefs are, what someone's thoughts are. As part of the disengagement process, there might be that cognitive change, and that cognitive change would of course be a good thing if people were no longer engaging in very extreme ideas. However, the focus on our programs is disengaging a person from violence and mobilisation to violence. So we tend to use the word disengagement rather than de-radicalisation. But these are not necessarily exclusive terms. In the process of disengagement, someone might go through that cognitive change where they are in effect de-radicalised.
Thank you. Now, in terms of the current intervention and disengagement programs with which your position is involved, you've mentioned the National Support and Intervention Program.
Yes.
There's also the Step Together service.
Yes.
And the Diversions Australia pilot program. Yes. Are they the three current?
They're the primary programs that the Commonwealth funds on this work.
And I'll come to each of those in a moment. There are a series of other programs between the 1st of January 2024 and the date of your statement that you've addressed. Two of those, the Living Safe Together program and the High Risk Rehabilitation and Reintegration program, were replaced by the NSIP. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Then there were two programs one was called WRAPT, the other was called Fearlessly Australian, that ceased in October 2024.
Yes.
And there was a Safe and Together Community Grants program that ceased in June last year, 2025.
Correct.
Before I ask you about the current programs, just a few questions about those discontinued or transitioned programs. They had ceased before you commenced in your role, clearly enough.
Yes.
But you've informed yourself about those programs for the purpose of your evidence?
Correct, and I have some exposure to those programs in previous roles.
I see. Now, the two I mentioned that were replaced by the NSIP were the Living Safe Together program and the High Risk Rehabilitation and Reintegration program.
Yes.
What can you explain the thinking that led to that consolidation into one?
Effectively, the consolidation and the transition to the NSIP, the National Support and Intervention Program, was about streamlining administrative arrangements. So the actual delivery of the services that was previously funded through those two programs was continued, but when you operate two programs, the administrative overhead involved in those programs doubles. You have two sets of funding arrangements, two sets of underlying policy documents. By consolidating those programs into the National Support and Intervention Program, we effectively streamlined the administration of the programs, which is something that state and territory jurisdictions had raised with us as a unnecessary overhead, as it were. But the broader strategic goal was to really mature our CVE programs into a more consistent national approach with better data collection, clearer reporting, easier administration arrangements. The previous programs had been built up over a period of time. There was quite a high degree of variance between the way the programs were delivered. I think I would reflect that the data collection and reporting that was submitted under those programs was highly variable and didn't always give us a very accurate picture of what was happening in the CVE programs, whether they were effective. By consolidating the programs into the single NSIP, it gave us the opportunity to design a much more effective, nationally consistent program, which is what we now have in operation.
Were there features or applications of those earlier programs that were not continued or transitioned?
No, effectively all elements of the programs in terms of delivery of services, eligibility, etc., were carried forward into the NSIP program.
And just to ask briefly about each of the former two programs, Living Safe Together Intervention, that was in place for about 10 years.
Correct.
It relied on a network of government and community partners to implement intervention strategies.
Yes.
Were there identified deficiencies in that program by the time it came to be replaced or rolled into the NSIP?
I think the deficiencies related to the data collection and reporting that went with those programs. I think under the arrangements for the program, some of the reporting that we now see, which allows us to look at the national caseload of persons engaged in CVE programs, what the reasons for their referral into the program were, what their grievances or ideology was, what interventions are being applied to them, and the effectiveness of those interventions. I would say under that previous program we weren't able to formulate a clear national picture because the data collection and reporting was variable, patchy, inconsistent. I would also say that there was a greater degree of variance in the funding agreements, which set the requirements for the delivery of the program under the LSTIP program previously, and so the deficiencies went to that data recording, reporting, and the national consistency that was available under that program.
And in one part of your statement, you do refer to a material underspend in the in the former LSTIP program.
Yes.
What were the reasons that were ascertained for that occurring?
I think largely the underspend in that program related to some of those administrative overheads. There was some when you're settling funding arrangements between the Commonwealth and all the jurisdictions, they're quite complicated negotiation processes. As I mentioned, we were running 2 programs at that time. So the difficulties in landing the administration of the funding, I then think, put service delivery agencies in a position that they weren't always able to expend the money within the course of that financial year. So that's something we have been very focused on addressing as we've rolled out the NSIP program in the last year.
Yeah. The other of the 2 programs that was rolled into the NSIP program was the High Risk Rehabilitation and Reintegration program.
Yes.
That was a program for therapeutical interventions on a voluntary basis that was quite short term. It was a 3-year program. And of the arrangements been made to transfer participants in that and the other program into NSIP, I take it that's occurred?
That's right. So that other program was focused on the higher risk, often in a correctional setting, but the interventions will often be were often consistent between the 2 programs. So we were effectively running 2 programs with similar service delivery and similar interventions across 2 slightly different caseloads. But as we've transitioned into the new NSIP program, if there were anyone who was continuing to be appropriate for remaining in those programs, was transitioned across by the jurisdictions.
Thanks. I'll return to the NSIP in a few minutes. The 2 of the other discontinued programs were strategic communication programs delivered by the department called Wrapped and Fearlessly Australian. Is that right?
Yes.
They operated across websites and social media platforms.
Yes.
And the programs focused on fostering belonging, inclusion and connection, but did so by the placement of messages on social media.
Yes.
Now, the target demographics of each of those 2 programs differed, but they were both ultimately directed to individuals who are vulnerable to extremist narratives. Is that right?
Yes.
Could you just give a brief explanation of what those communications programs involved in practical terms?
So I think over the years, as we've seen the extremist environment and behaviours evolve and change, and we have seen significant evolution in the types of people we were worried about engaging in extremist material in the last decade. We, both between the Commonwealth Government, the ANZ CTC and jurisdictions, we are always looking for new ways to engage with people who are potentially at risk of radicalisation under those programs, noting the prevalence of extremist material on social media platforms and amongst a youth audience. Activities around social media messaging, encouraging a sense of connection to Australia, discouraging engagement with violent extremist material were pushed out on platforms where those target audiences might have engaged. My recollection is that there was a podcast activity associated with those programs. So it was a broad effort at pushing out positive messages to try and engender a sense of connection to Australia at a time when we were worried about young people engaged on a radicalised pathway associated with ideas of jihadi extremism, associated with ideas of loyalty to the supposed caliphate in the Middle East, and a sense of disconnection, therefore, from Australian identity and Australian citizenship. So the idea was to try and promote that positive sense of engagement with Australia.
And you've given some estimates of the participant numbers measured by social media engagements, in other words, views or watching of videos and so on. Those numbers are quite substantial, and that was over a period of some 2 years. Could you just give the Commissioner an indication of the extent of the views or the clicks?
I can't recall the exact figures, but I'm happy to refer to my statement if that helps. I think what we see in general terms is that with those types of social media activity, you do get a lot of eyeballs on that content. You do get people engaging with the material. I think what you don't get is an understanding of who is engaging with the material and the effectiveness of that engagement with the material. So it's quite a loose approach to that type of proactive messaging. It's in some ways it's a sort of scattergun approach. Put the material out there, hope for that engagement, but your ability to determine that the people that you are targeting engaged with the material, and if they did, what effect did that material have on their sense of identity and engagement with the country is very limited. Effectively, you're pushing a message out into the ether and hoping that the right people engage with it.
And has a strategic communication initiative been carried over into any of the current funded programs?
So, of that type of broad-based nature, not exactly, no. And I think my view would be that those types of communications aren't necessarily effective because of those reasons I just described. You really don't know whether you're hitting your target audience, and it's arguable to say that the Australian government pushing out messages of positive engagement to someone who feels disconnected and isolated from their community might have zero effect, might even be seen as a demonstration of the lack of literacy, I guess, of government programs in youth culture and that type of thing. What we have moved towards is programs like the Step Together program, which try to raise awareness amongst the community about indicators and signs of radicalisation, and far more targeted approaches to engagement with the at-risk youth through programs like the CVE programs, but also in engagement with schools and other kind of frontline providers, rather than a broad-based open social media campaign of the type we've run before.
Then just to ask you about the Safe and Together community grants program, that was intended to deliver funding over 3 rounds between financial years 23 and 25.
Yes.
It focused on providing support to communities and organisations which themselves supported early stage interventions. The objectives were said to be empowering communities to engage with young people who might be vulnerable to extremism and establishing support programs for individuals disengaging from extremist ideology.
Yes.
During the first round of the program, some $2.3 million was allocated to 27 grant applications, and there'd been 109 applications in total. Now, that, just to perhaps provide an example of some of the programs that were funded, one of them involved the Jewish Museum of Australia, that was intended to address antisemitism and increase cultural understanding of Judaism in schools and communities. Now, a decision was made not to proceed with the funding rounds in 24 and 25, is that right?
Correct.
So could you explain that decision?
So essentially those grants programs were relatively untargeted in the sense that they weren't addressing the at-risk individuals that we are concerned about engaging in radicalisation, potentially on a pathway to extremism. So the types of programs that were funded through those grants were broader-based community initiatives of the type you described. Many of those have merit, and many of those activities and organisations do warrant support to run those types of activities, but they are not strictly countering violent extremism programs. As we developed the Countering Terrorism and Violent Extremism strategy of early 2025, which remains our current guiding strategy, the decision was that our money, our effort was better focused on targeted activities towards at-risk individuals, which go to funding for programs like the National Support and Intervention Program. And yes, community programs that address prejudice, hate, have their place and have and are merited. However, are not direct enough of an intervention in the at-risk caseloads that we are most concerned about. So the decision was effectively to target our effort towards much more targeted programs that support at-risk caseloads.
And indeed, under the Counter-Terrorism and Violent Extremism strategy, that did not continue community grants-based programs generally, is that right?
That's correct.
And is the explanation for that the one you've just given, namely the decision was made to focus more particularly on intervention programs for at-risk individuals rather than broad-based community programs?
That's right. So the Department of Home Affairs, other federal agencies and state and territory governments continue to fund some community programs that support activities like the example that you mentioned. So it's not that we have, in general terms, walked away from supporting those programs, but we did shift in our counter-terrorism and counter-violent extremism work, we did shift towards a more targeted intervention approach.
One of the related programs that is also concluded was the Extremist Social Media Insights reporting program.
Yes.
And that operated between 2015 and mid-2025, and it provided a function of monitoring and analysing publicly available online and social media content for the purpose of fortnightly reporting to government stakeholders.
Yes.
Now, the most recent iteration of that was led by a section of the Home Affairs Department called Extremism, Insights and Communication.
Yes.
And that was distributed to Commonwealth government departments and other agencies, was it?
That's right. Effectively, that function to monitor the online environment. We have a number of functions at the Commonwealth level that pick up that role, including the e-Safety Commission, including ASIO's threat analysis function, and recently government has supported a counter-terrorism online threat centre, which will be built by the AFP and ASIO. So effectively there are other means by which government and officials like myself can garner, be informed about the extremism environment online. The Home Affairs Department, there was no need that was being filled by the Home Affairs Department with that team that couldn't be filled by some of those other functions.
And that in substance was the outcome of a review in 2024, was it, that found it effectively to be a redundant source of information?
I believe so, yes.
And following the cessation of that function, what now are the main sources or source of dedicated periodic reporting on trends in extremism in the online environment?
So we have functions such as ASIO's threat analysis reporting. They produce reports to government that go to some of the trends in extremist behaviour that we should be looking at. We also work with non-government partners such as an organisation called Tech Against Terror that produces, that monitors online extremist activity. A number of states and territories support academic bodies, including the, I'm struggling to remember the acronym, but a unit associated with Curtin University in WA that produces insights into extremist behaviour. eSafety, I think, as you're aware, doesn't necessarily have a proactive monitoring of the online environment function, but they certainly have a reactive function by which they have very good contemporary awareness of some of the threats and the spread of extremist material online. So there's a range of ways that we source our understanding of the online environment.
And you're referring there to the CTC committees rather than Commonwealth government generally?
Yes, across. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, across both.
Across both.
Yes, across through the ANZ CTC. The nature of the online environment is a frequent topic of information sharing. ANZ CTC leads will regularly be briefed by police and intelligence agencies on the nature of online extremism. So we draw on capabilities at the Commonwealth and the state level to inform that understanding of the threat picture.
Can I return to ask you about the NSIP, the National Support and Intervention Program that's currently on foot? And you've indicated that Home Affairs provides the national coordination of the NSIP while the state and territory agencies deliver those intervention services.
Yes.
In the 2024 to 25 year, the government provided 85.9 million over 3 years and 30 million or thereabouts on an ongoing basis for the NSIP. Beyond funding the services, what is involved in the national coordination activities of the NSIP?
So there's a range of activities. At that top level, there is the negotiation of funding arrangements. The funding under the NSIP is dispersed through federation funding agreements, so each of those is an individual agreement with the jurisdiction, which has a degree of consistency, but some variation because they're negotiated individually with each jurisdiction. Those will outline the expectations for the delivery of the program, reporting requirements, milestones that must be met in the delivery of the program. So part of the function that we perform is the negotiation of those programs. We also have a CVE policy function, which will effectively look at what are good practices in the delivery of CVE programs, both nationally and globally. That will be that is an ongoing conversation with the practitioners in states and territories to learn from each other. We arrange the delivery of training to CVE practitioners around the country. We arrange access to risk assessment tools, training in risk assessment tools. So we support the professionalisation and the continued education and training of practitioners in concert, in very close partnership with the state and territory governments. We also, some of those associated programs which have referral pathways into the NSIP program, such as Step Together, such as the diversions program, ensuring alignment, so there are referral pathways between programs. Again, we work with jurisdictions on that, and we're in the process of developing a updated policy framework for the delivery of the NSIP program, to try and work towards that national consistency that I referenced earlier, that we do have a lot of variation around the delivery of programs around the country. Some of that variation is sensible and expected, but other variation is a result of different levels of kind of experience and maturity in the delivery of the programs. And we think developing a national framework around the NSIP program won't be restrictive or won't be mandatory, but will give jurisdictions a framework in which they can deliver their program in a nationally consistent way.
For programs that are funded under the NSIP, there are, as your statement indicates, broadly two service delivery models. One's a case management model and one's a secondary consultation model, as you've described it. Could you indicate the difference between those models?
So effectively the case management model goes to direct service delivery. So a case manager might be working with a person who's been referred in, and they will be assessing their psychological needs, they'll be assessing their risk of engaging with violent extremism, and then they will be working to determine what are the right interventions for that person. That might go to employment education, psychological counselling services. So they're very directly involved in engagement with that client or at-risk person, and then with the delivery of those interventions. The secondary layer really goes to how we prepare, educate, raise awareness amongst other frontline workers, which might be someone involved in the NDIS, in a hospital setting, in a correction setting, and ensuring that they have an understanding of the types of risk factors that might lead to radicalisation, the referral pathways available, and how to deal with a person who they might be in contact with who is at risk of being on a radicalisation pathway. I would observe, particularly in that second model, these are not, radicalisation is not a kind of set in stone, this is what it is and this is what it always looks like. It's highly variable. It has evolved significantly in recent years in terms of the types of radicalised individuals that we're seeing. So this is really an ongoing effort to ensure that anyone who might be engaging with an at-risk person is equipped with an understanding of some of those risks and what the right responses are.
And in administering the NSIP, is it an intention to have at least one example of each of those two different kinds of models in each jurisdiction?
So I think in practice, yes, there will be. We, at the Commonwealth level, we don't prescribe exactly how that should function, what that should look like in each state and territory, but our agreements with the state and territories have the scope and expectation of both of those service delivery models involved, and I believe in practice that would be in place everywhere.
It is currently? Or?
I believe so, yes.
Now, can I ask you about eligibility criteria and referral pathways? So,
yes.
For community-based programs, is it right that eligibility is commonly not available to individuals who are in crisis or who present with special needs?
So that varies around the country, and I think eligibility for programs is an area where it might be preferable to have a greater degree of consistency across the country. Some services will not be equipped, or they might not be the right service for someone who is in experiencing a crisis event. That doesn't mean it's a closed door. It might mean that the right service for that person at that time is a different service that's provided by that jurisdiction. But that will vary around the country in terms of how the service is equipped, what interventions they're able to provide, and whether they're the right service for a person in that circumstance. So it does vary depending on which jurisdiction you're in.
And has there been a recent review within the NSIP on this topic of referral pathways?
So we have a evaluation underway of the NSIP, which is looking at the rollout of the national program, looking at the effectiveness of the program, and looking at the variation amongst the different approaches nationally, including looking at the eligibility. So that's a process that is underway at the moment.
Are there any preliminary findings, or is it literally underway now?
It's underway. We're expecting the first stage of that evaluation to be delivered to us within the next 2 months. The preliminary indications we have from that evaluation is that there are overall that CVE programs are operating quite effectively, that are delivering effective interventions to disengage people from radicalised pathways. But I believe it is noting that the same case in a different jurisdiction may or may not be referred into a CVE program, and so I think where what the evaluation will find is that there would be some benefit to jurisdictions and the Commonwealth working together on greater consistency in referral pathways and eligibility criteria, noting that it will remain a decision for the jurisdiction as to how they run those programs. So I sort of forecasting ahead, I think we would be looking to work with jurisdictions on consistency and good practice. We wouldn't necessarily be looking to try and prescribe exactly what should happen in each state and territory, because the actual operationalisation of the service, there might be some reasons why eligibility does need to vary around the country.
You've given in your statement some a summary of some of the NSIP referral data. It's a table in paragraph 38 of your statement, which I might bring up. Now, could you explain the columns and the numbers to us, please?
Sure. So the first column is reports submitted by jurisdictions of people who have been referred to a CVE program, and so that number, as you can see, for each quarter is higher than the number of active participants. So if we look at quarter one for 25-26, the number of referrals in are people who have been considered for that program, whereas the 248 is people who are actively participating, which might mean someone counted in that 248 was referred in a previous quarter or a year earlier or something like that. So one is a kind of stock, and the other one is the flow of referrals that come in. Someone who's referred to a program might not necessarily become an active participant. There's a range of reasons why that would be the case. One is that a referral might be made and the person declines to participate in the program because these programs are voluntary. It might be that the CVE program is not the right program for them, so that after a case is considered by a multi-agency panel in a jurisdiction, they might be referred to an alternative program, which might be a mental health support program or such things. Or there might be other risk factors which mean participation in the CVE program is not appropriate. For example, the person represents a risk of violence, and therefore that program is not equipped to deal with them, but there might be alternative measures, including a law enforcement response, if that was appropriate.
Mr. Dowling, can you just explain, looking at the table at paragraph 38 of your statement, the figure for Q1, for example, of the number of reports submitted by jurisdiction for unique individuals is 447.
Mm-hmm.
Then in the second quarter we have the number 461 in terms of referrals.
Yes.
Now, there's not a question of double up, is there?
No, those would be unique referrals in, I believe.
So I'm just trying to understand the level of difference between the number of reports that are submitted in each quarter and the number of active participants. You've explained the various reasons why people may not become active participants, notwithstanding they have been referred for consideration. You mentioned something that suggested an element of double counting. I'm having difficulty understanding what that element is.
So I think what I was referring to was when you come to the active participants, it doesn't. People who are participating in a CVE program will frequently be in the program for a year or 2 years, and so they would be counted across each of those quarters. So when you look at the right hand column, the 248 might also be considered as part of the 253. It might be the same 248 people with an additional 5 people. Not necessarily. There might be some variance there. Whereas on the left-hand column, in terms of referrals, those will tend to be unique individuals, although some people might come around for a second referral if there are risk factors involved.
But that does suggest, overall, that there is a very significant difference between the numbers of people who are assessed by some appropriate authority, presumably, as people who might benefit from a disengagement or deradicalisation program, and the number of people who in fact are enrolled in the programs.
So I wouldn't, in terms of the referrals in the left-hand column, those someone might be referred to to be considered for a CVE program because there is some indicator that may or may not be of a level of high concern. And so there are some people who might be looked at in that program who might have some, something that indicated concern. They might have said something, but when they are considered, they don't meet the thresholds for potentially engaging in violent extremist material. So there will be a proportion of people who, yes, have done something, said something, engaged in some material that somebody has therefore been concerned about them, who don't fall into the category of a high-risk individual. There might be other people from that cohort who they do represent a concern or do have a need for services, but the CVE program is not the right service. So they might be presenting with mental health concerns, and again might have said something or looked at something online that represented a concern, but the determination is that the primary issue is a mental health issue rather than a violent extremist issue.
And just to elaborate on one aspect of the Commissioner's question, Mr. Dowling, so just to take as an example, at the end of the second quarter there were 253 active participants. And then in the third quarter there were 582 new referrals, but only about 40 of those became active participants.
Yes.
Is that a way to understand the table?
There's potentially some variation in there. You might have had people exit,
dropping off and coming
exactly,
back on.
But I think broadly speaking, yes.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
I would say that this again is a continuing evolving area of work as we have seen the types of caseloads that are engaged in CVE programs. And what I'm referring to here is that we see a high number of radicalised youth engaging with mixed or unclear ideologies. Over time, there may be it may warrant consideration of eligibility thresholds around the country. Are we actually picking up the people who are at highest risk? Are we admitting into programs all the people that represent a concern? This is not a static question. It's something that warrants consideration. So over time, particularly as we see the numbers of people referred in for concerning reasons, which I would expect would continue to increase when we look at some of the trends in extremist behaviour, that may warrant consideration in collaboration with jurisdictions around eligibility requirements, and that may generate an increasing caseload of active participants. Again, I would expect it would, and we will need to adjust the programs in due course.
And eligibility commences at the age of 10 years for the programs, is that right?
The age range varies around different jurisdictions.
In some jurisdictions it is as young as 10.
Yes.
And that is consistent with the trend that the Commonwealth has observed of increasingly younger people becoming radicalised, and those people having mixed ideologies.
That's exactly right. I think the trends are disturbing at the rates of youth radicalisation. I think we see an increasing number of younger people engaging with extremist material. It's often across a range of ideologies. It's often across a range of grievances, whether it be neo-Nazi material, white supremacist material, anti-government material, jihadi material. We're seeing an increasing number of young people engaging with this material. Just because you engage with the material doesn't mean you are going to commit a violent act, but I would expect CVE programs become critically important, because when you're talking about a person at that age, a law enforcement response is sometimes going to be the right response, but in many cases a CVE intervention outside of the law enforcement domain might be a far more appropriate response for a child who's engaged in extremist material.
Before we leave the table, the last question. The first 3 quarters of the financial year 26 showed a general trend upwards in the numbers of referrals to jurisdictions. Do you have any understanding of what happened in the fourth quarter?
I do. I believe it was. It's certainly not going down, is my memory. It's either consistent with that elevated number, but the general trend is continuing in that upwards direction.
Can I ask you some questions now about the Step Together program? That is a New South Wales government program which is delivered nationally by New South Wales, but which the Commonwealth funds.
That's right. So it was a program developed out of New South Wales, and from 1 July 2025, the Commonwealth has supported that program to be rolled out nationally. It's still primarily delivered out of the New South Wales government, though.
And you've indicated that I think there are 4 staff within the Department of Home Affairs who assist with a coordination or administration function. What do they do?
So they work very closely with New South Wales on on the delivery of the program, which means the development of the materials that support websites, working with on promotional activities, working on the training of the people involved. Again, it's New South Wales is a primary delivery arm, but we do provide that supporting role as the program is rolled out nationally, working in partnership.
And that rollout started on the 1st of July last year?
That's right.
And it involves a telephone helpline and a digital support service for those who are concerned about someone they know potentially radicalising towards violence or extremism?
That's right. It's effectively meant to be available to any member of the community as a resource or a point of support where they're concerned about somebody.
And they can make contact via the website or a chat service or just a phone call?
Exactly.
Now, a key objective is to connect people making those inquiries with local jurisdictions, that is state and territory CVE teams when required?
Yes.
And that is available throughout Australia, all the jurisdictions?
Yes, correct.
And an objective is to ensure members who do contact the services are connected to appropriate support networks
Yes.
in the relevant states and territories.
Yes.
So you've described Step Together as a non-securitized pathway. I take it that means you're drawing a distinction between law enforcement and security concerns.
That's right. It's an alternative to calling, say, 000 or calling the police.
Now, to your understanding, what happens when a call is made or a chat is posted?
So the person making contact would engage with a trained individual at the other end of the line or at the other end of the web chat, who would look to understand what the reasons are for the person engaging in that call are, and then what the appropriate information or referral. In many cases, that might be some verbal advice provided to the person engaging. It might be directing them to some web resources, and in a smaller number of cases, there might be an inquiry lodged with the relevant CVE program provider for them to consider whether that individual should be referred into that program.
And can I just address with you, you've also put in your statement the participant numbers for this program. It's in paragraph 47 of your statement, page 0009. That also shows 3 recent quarters up to 31 March this year, and again a significant trend upwards in the number of inquiries received on the helpline and and through the service. Is that right?
Correct.
And likewise, reflecting the increase in the number of inquiries, increasing numbers of referrals to particular CVE functions in the jurisdictions.
Yes.
And you've addressed a little earlier in your evidence some of the reasons that a referral might not end up with participation in a program, but this is an earlier stage, isn't it? This is an inquiry from a member of the public, which may or may not result in a referral to a CVE function.
That's correct.
And what are the reasons that many of those do not proceed?
If someone calls, they might be simply seeking information. They might be looking to understand what are the types of risks I should be worried about in relation if I'm calling about a particular individual. So they, through that engagement, through that conversation, that might be all they need. That might be all that's appropriate for that case. So no further inquiry is made. The engagement might result in sharing of web information to better understand radicalisation or engagement with extremism, and that might be sort of the end point. I think with the cases in the right-hand column, which are a smaller number, those are where in the engagement with the Step Together representative, where it has become clear that this is a higher risk case that warrants consideration by the CVE program provider as to whether actually in this case a CVE intervention is appropriate.
And again, this table covers the first 3 quarters of the recently completed financial year. Do you have any understanding what happened in quarter 4?
Yes, those figures have continued to increase, I think, along those lines.
Are you aware that one criticism of the implementation of the Step Together program is that there hasn't been a recent evaluation of the program overall?
Yes.
And you've been provided with Professor Grossman's report in the context of this Royal Commission?
Yes.
And her evidence is that one of the challenges in evaluating the effectiveness of the Step Together program as an early intervention program is that there hasn't been a formal evaluation since 2019.
Yes.
And she points out that many of the evaluation's findings have been, that is the 2019 evaluation, have been superseded by changes in the structure of the program and its management, in particular the recent organisation under your office.
Yes.
So her recommendation or view is that a rapid independent formal assessment should occur. What's your view about that?
I would agree with that view, and in fact New South Wales, in partnership with us, is just commencing the process to conduct an evaluation of the Step Together program. I do think it's important and timely as per Professor Grossman's evidence, one, because of the length of time since the previous evaluation, but two, because we rolled it out nationally, and three, because the types of caseloads, types of the reason for the phone calls or the web engagement being generated, I think have evolved substantially since 2019 because of that broader caseload of people engaging with extremist ideas. So I think it is timely to conduct an evaluation of that program.
And what is the status of the preparation for the review of that evaluation? Do you know?
I believe it's close to being commenced. The process aspects are led by the New South Wales government, so I'm not across the exact details of where things are at in process, but I think it's imminent or close to.
And is there any particular reason of which you're aware why there was not a formal review of Step Together before it was rolled out on a national basis?
I am not aware of any particular reason. No, I do know the reason for supporting its rollout nationally is because of the sense that it was a service that had demonstrated its value in providing a non-securitized pathway for engagement. So as at the Commonwealth level, we were looking at the need to broaden awareness of risk indicators of radicalisation rather than starting with a new program. The view was formed that building on the New South Wales program was a more effective way to go about it.
And you said you'd become aware of Professor Grossman's report. Were there any other observations of hers about the Step Together program that you would wish to comment on?
I think my recollection is she also raised some concerns or commentary around the awareness of the program.
Yes.
Am I remembering that correctly? I think my view would be that we also have the view that broad community awareness of the Step Together program is not what it needs to be. That when we are looking at a extremist context where effectively anyone could be engaging with radicalised or extremist ideas, and when I think for your average Australian who might have a sort of stereotype in their head of what an extremist or a terrorist looks like or how they behave, when we're seeing such greater variance in the types of people engaging with radical ideas, it is critical that we raise broader awareness of the Step Together program, the availability of its services, and I think our view is that we have some work to do to raise awareness nationally of the service.
There was some research that was done that indicated only a very small percentage of the general population in the community were aware of the Step Together function.
That's right. That's right.
So is that, to your perception, reflective of a lack of awareness about the identification of indicators of risk of somebody moving towards extremism?
I think it's twofold. I think it's one, yes, as you said, the lack of awareness about the types of indicators of extremism that we're concerned about, but two, a lack of awareness about this specific service and the availability of those resources, and effectively we want to address both of those shortcomings.
Is this a convenient time, Mr. Lancaster?
It is, thank you.
Yes, very well. I'll take the morning adjournment.
The Royal Commission is now resumed.
Mr. Dowling, before the adjournment, you referred to the issue concerning the public awareness of the Step Together program. There has been some specific funding applied for the purpose of trying to remedy that situation, is that right?
That's correct.
And in your statement, in paragraph 115 and following, you refer to some of the general funding amounts and in particular the specified funding for improving community awareness of the program.
Yes.
The amount of 1.7 million has already been spent on that task, is that right?
I believe so, or is in the process of being spent in that work.
And you've indicated in paragraph 116 that a further 5.2 million has been allocated through the 2026-2027 budget for that specific awareness raising of the Step Together program.
Yes.
So what sort of steps are envisaged to be undertaken to achieve that awareness?
So the work to develop that awareness raising activities is currently underway, and in collaboration with the New South Wales government. The work that is envisaged would go to promotional activities to raise awareness. What those exact activities are still subject to some decisions of government. So proposals are being developed for social media awareness, advertising campaigns, such work, but they remain subject to consideration of what the right mechanism is, what the right delivery methodology is, and those will go through government processes over the next couple of months.
So how close to that campaign actually being launched?
I think certainly within this financial year, the exact timing for when we get close to launch, the preparation work, the development of proposals is well and truly underway, advanced, but exactly when that will land is still a matter for decision making within government.
Your statement also addresses the program called the Diversions Australia pilot program.
Yes.
Could you provide a brief description of what that involves?
So the diversions program is essentially aimed at working with major social media and gaming platforms to look at how we can identify someone who may be at risk of engaging with violent extremist material, including through search terms on a particular site, and then providing a pop-up effectively to draw attention to the material the person is engaging with and refer to information to have that person engage with information about violent extremism and potentially to generate a referral if there are concerns about the risk level of that person. So it's currently a pilot that we're determining, is this an effective means to reach particularly young people on platforms where they are engaging? Does this give us a means to divert people from accessing violent extremist material and potentially generate, for the higher risk cases, a referral into an appropriate program?
It's a pilot program that just commenced this year in January?
That's right.
And it's delivered through a contracted service provider?
That's right.
And the Department of Home Affairs doesn't have any specifically dedicated staff for that program, is that right?
So our staff within our Countering Violent Extremism branch manage the development of the program, the contractual arrangements, the work with the social media platforms. So while there's not necessarily sort of dedicated sort of funding lines associated, that is a part of their responsibilities within the CVE branch.
And this pilot stage of the program, is this right? It looks at users on TikTok in particular.
Correct.
And why was social media chosen as the mechanism for the pilot program? Does that refer to the prominence that it's achieved as a as a driver of radicalism?
That's right. I think for two reasons. One is many people gain access to violent extremist material via mainstream social media platforms, the platforms that everyone would be familiar with, including TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, X. One, they are a vector for people being able to reach violent extremist material. Two, particularly when we're talking about the risk of young people being radicalised, effectively these programs are trying to meet people where they're at. What are the platforms that young people are most predominantly engaging with? And so TikTok is arguably the dominant global social media platform, so was an obvious target when we were trying to look at young people. But the next phase of the program, we're looking at working with Roblox, which is one of the most popular gaming platforms in the world. In previous iterations of addressing extremist content on social media platforms, gaming hasn't featured very prominently in our efforts or other like-minded governments' efforts. So considering the level of concerning activity we see on gaming platforms, we're very keen to work with programs like Roblox to try and reach that audience.
The pilot included access to what's called the last mile assessment and triage system. Can you describe what that involves?
So the last mile is a term of art, I guess, to describe what is the sort of final point of engagement through the program, where the person might be referred on to either information on a website, they might be referred, if appropriate, onto Step Together, which could then generate a referral into a violent extremism program, or it might be just that final interaction if they are engaging with a case manager involved in that diversions program. So it's effectively the final step of engagement with that person.
You've provided some statistics to indicate the participant numbers of the program, and you've referred to in the period between January and early May this year, 6,500 users connected to the pilot site, and of those 779 were classified as engaged users. What does that mean?
I think what that means is users who then clicked through. So a pop-up might arrive on screen, and some people might just hit escape and not engage with it. Others will click through on the link provided.
Right. And you indicate that in those 5 months, some 42 users opened contact options and 12 progressed to having conversations with practitioners.
Yes.
And do you have any views or preliminary findings from the pilot program that you could share?
I think our view is that those numbers are quite a positive indicator of the reach of the program, that many people are receiving the pop-up. I think prima facie tells you, unfortunately, there are lots of people looking to engage with violent extremist material, but the numbers of people who are then seeing a pop-up, which for some people might be a deterrent in of itself, so they might not click through, but a pop-up that indicates that they are looking to access violent extremist material might be enough for them to step away from that. For others who then go through to engagement, those numbers indicate, I think, a pretty strong response rate. And then the fact that while it might seem like a small number are then engaging more deeply, if those people are higher risk individuals, then those are positive indicators of the types of people that are being picked up through that service. So my view would be there is enough evidence there to indicate this is a worthwhile undertaking, and that it is worth looking at expanding to further social media platforms.
And as part of the review of the progress of the pilot, there was an evaluation report prepared on an interim basis, and that referred to some suggested improvements related to what was described as the user journey and the engagement pathway. Have those matters been progressed either in the department or in the department's engagement with the social media platform?
That's yes. So there's very regular engagements between the department and TikTok, in particular with this pilot, but also with the service providers who we've engaged to run the diversions pilot. And so there's continuous improvement. So those reflections of findings are things that we're looking to adopt on a rolling basis. I'm not aware that this type of program has been tried anywhere else in the world. So it is the type of program where we will continue to look at what's working, how do we improve, how do we make this more useful, more accessible, increasing those engagement numbers. So as we hopefully come out of the pilot phase, we will continue to work on improvements to the program.
But at this stage, there is an intention to roll it out more broadly?
That's right. We're currently engaged in discussions with other social media platforms. It is something that platforms need to be willing to engage on and adopt, and we really encourage. We're very pleased that we're having constructive discussions with Roblox because of their prominence amongst the age groups that we're looking at targeting, because we know that as a platform where there is a lot of user-generated content, the risk of violent extremist material or communications is very real, so we're very pleased with that. But we will also be looking to encourage other platforms to engage with us constructively on trying out this program.
And is there any opportunity, in your view, to integrate this sort of service with programs like Step Together?
That's right. I think initially when we rolled this program out, we were using sort of case managers or experts with the service providers who we'd partnered with, but our view is now that a better model is Step Together is a mature capability, has well-trained professional caseworkers connecting Diversions Australia to Step Together as a pathway for consideration, referral, access to further information. We think is going to be a more effective methodology for delivery.
Now, in terms of the structure that now exists in your office as Counter-Terrorism Coordinator, particularly in the administration of countering violent extremism programs, is there any aspect of that you've identified or be reconsidered in terms of its structure or its operation?
So I think the structure and operation, I think we are well equipped from the department to deliver on our mission of countering terrorism and violent extremism. That said, there are a range of policies and program improvements that I've certainly clocked in my first few months in this role as being potential areas for improvement in how we run our policies and programs nationally.
Is there a difficulty in the definition or identification of violent extremism among the jurisdictions? Is there?
I'm not sure there's a difficulty, but it is an evolving space. To give you an example, we've recently supported training to law enforcement officers around the country to better understand the nature of mixed and unclear ideologies. When you look at caseloads in previous years of counter-terrorism work, such cases might not have featured so prominently amongst either a CVE practitioner or a police officer's workload. as an example, nihilistic violent extremism is an area we're increasingly concerned about, where there might not be a clear or structured ideology of the sort that we've looked at in previous eras of terrorism, but a fixation of the glorification of violence as its own thing, as its own ideology, is becoming an increasing concern. As those types of behaviours and ideas manifest, we really need to equip frontline officers, be it practitioners, be it police officers, to have an understanding of what they're dealing with. So within the broad idea of violent extremism, there is a lot of evolution, a lot of fluidity, and it is something that I think even long-standing experts would appreciate, that you're never on top of it. It's always a continued process of learning about what it means and what it involves.
You've made a series of recommendations for potential enhancement of the responses of government to anti-Semitism in particular, but violent extremism as well. And you have referred to the now widely acknowledged indication of social media content as being a potent accelerator of extremism.
Yes.
But you draw attention to your own view that there is a risk of backsliding, as you describe it. Could you explain what you mean?
I think the wording I use is a risk, but in fact I think we are living the reality of that backsliding. I think my reflection would be, over some years involved in the online extremism work through previous roles, mainstream social media platforms are less active than they used to be about policing content on their platforms that was extremist. I think most prominently X has reduced many of its trust and safety measures, which were the means by which they limited the availability of extremist content, but other platforms, including platforms operated by Meta, Facebook, Instagram, I think the availability of extremist material on mainstream platforms is a major concern for us, and I think for police around the country. And I don't believe social media platforms are doing as much as they can and should to address the availability. If you were to go online today, you would have no trouble finding violent extremist material. I would add to that the prominence of gaming platforms amongst extremist communities is a concern. Some of the traditional ways to understand the activity don't work when people are communicating by voice in a gaming community, communicating violent extremist material. And then we have, of course, the more fringe social media platforms or web platforms that are expressly opposed to any sort of content moderation or limitations on what is shared online. And I think you'd be aware, some of which expressly resist regulation and other measures by the Australian government. And again, these are platforms that are quite freely accessible to any Australian.
You've indicated a couple of practical steps, particularly in the gaming context, that could be taken to move matters forward. You've referred in particular to a public-facing gaming safety scorecard. Is that something you envisage a regulator providing, or are you referring to something there that the social media companies might be asked to produce, or both perhaps?
So more likely the former. I think it is very difficult for the parent of a young boy, a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old, to understand, is the platform my child using and engaging with doing their utmost to prevent the use of their platform for extremist or promotion of radicalised or violent ideas. Many parents are not literate with the platforms that their children are engaging with, but there is limited information. I think the e-safety commissioner in Australia does an exceptional job of increasing that digital literacy among parents, about explaining to them what different platforms and applications are used, and yet it is difficult as a parent to know between one gaming platform and another who is actually making some effort to address the availability of violent extremist material. So the idea that we envisage in that recommendation is a way of achieving better public education to understand, for consumers effectively to make informed choices about what platforms they and their children are engaging with.
Do you see a role for the Counter-Terrorism coordinator in that?
So my role traverses all manner of issues that relate to terrorism and extremism nationally. That doesn't mean I'm responsible for the delivery of everything, but I work with counterparts in the communications department, in the e-safety commissioner, and if we think there is a issue or an area that should be addressed, then that's a discussion I'll have with my counterparts to work with them collaboratively on rolling that out.
In the same vein, you've advanced some recommendations in respect of recommender algorithms in the online environment, and you expressed the view that the social media minimum age that is already in place is a strong safeguard in your view?
It is, yes.
So what's your perception of the way that is functioning?
So I think most importantly it's changing the social norms around young people engaging with social media platforms. I think for many years we pressed, encouraged, promoted the idea of stronger online safety measures for young people, for people under the age of 16. I think the adoption of the social media delay came from a point of frustration at the inaction to ensure platforms were safe for the use of young people. I think it's not a perfect measure. It was never expected to be a perfect measure, but it is giving parents a strong tool to limit the use of, limit their children's use until kids are at an age where it's appropriate to engage with social media. It is having an effect on young people engaging with social media. I think it's a powerful signal, it's a powerful limit. It is not the end of the story. I think we still need to pursue other measures that limit some of the harms and damage that we see from young people engaging with social media, but it is a tool which I think globally is being recognised as being a powerful step to say, actually, we cannot just sit idly by and watch as our children are exposed to these types of harms.
One of the other measures that you do refer to in the statement is a device level age verification function. Could you explain that?
So at the moment, and there's a range of ways which countries are looking at dealing with social media delays or bans for young people. At the moment in Australia, the approach we're looking at, or that we've adopted, is platform. When you look to create an account on a particular platform, you will be subject to age verification processes of the type that platform has decided to adopt. There are alternative ways that different countries are looking at this. One way is device level verification, which verifies your age when you engage with your phone. So then you're not subject to individualised age verification, which might vary between different platforms, but you're subject to it at a device level, which picks up the range of apps and platforms that might be used on that device.
You've also advocated in your written statement additional efforts to be made in terms of digital literacy and critical thinking as an educative function to avoid move to violent extremism. Is that something that the CTC has a role in coordinating or developing?
I believe so. The method of delivering that might be work that state and territory education departments look at, that the E-Safety Commissioner looks at, but I convene a range of forums at the Commonwealth and national level where we talk about what are the issues we're worried about with extremism, what are the methodologies and means by which extremism is being promoted, and are our current legislative policy practices effective at addressing those issues? I think it is widely recognised that the digital literacy piece in radicalisation is crucial. We see people engaging with content which fuels their grievances, whether that be, as we've seen, antisemitism in Australia, hatred and anger at the Jewish people, anti-government memes, ideas. People are sometimes engaging with this material and ideas without critical thinking, believing what they're seeing online. So yes, we need platforms to make more serious efforts to address the availability of that material, but the literacy of our young people, of parents, of what they're seeing online and questioning that, I think is crucial across a range of social issues.
The final topic of recommendations that you've referred to in your statement that I wanted to ask you about now was in relation to the role of foreign information manipulation and interference. Could you just give a brief description of what that risk or what that problem as it presently exists is, and what you think should be done about it?
So we often see in divisive political debates in the availability of extremist material, yes, much of it is generated by Australians, much of it's generated by people, say, in America, but there are indications when we see that type of divisive extremist material that you can have foreign actors involved in trying to fuel that sense of grievance, that fuel that sense of divisiveness. I think it's a matter of public record that the Russian government globally operates propaganda machines, bot campaigns that try to identify divisive topics, extremist topics, and fuel those because they see that as part of their geostrategic agenda. I think the groups associated with the Iranian government potentially engage in that type of activity as well. So when you see material that is promoted and available online because of its level of views or its virality, that is not necessarily natural or organic, I think we have seen state-backed groups globally play a role in promoting that material and becoming very effective at their use of digital tools like bots to generate a sense of fueling the availability of that material. So that is I think, an increasing area of concern for us, where there might be foreign actors involved in promoting that divisiveness.
And you refer to a French government program that analyses and collects information about the extent to which this foreign information manipulation and interference occurs. That's something that's come across your desk, I take it.
Yeah, it's a very interesting program. We have capability in Australia through agencies like ASIO to look at, part of their mission is to identify foreign interference, but the social media and online environment is such a broad environment with so much activity going on. We're always interested in, well, what tools are out there, who is adopting a good practice to understand what some of those risks are, and that's an interesting program that the French are running to try and identify who's behind some of those virality of that material.
And then what is the CTC's role in trying to combat that kind of interference?
So I think where we see actions, activities that generate more extremist material being available, generate promotion of kind of radicalised ideas, try to mobilise people to violence. Again, my role is is as a convener, as a sort of policy leader nationally, to say, are we, if one of the areas of concern, if one of the drivers is this type of foreign-backed activity, are we doing everything we can to address that? So the levers might not necessarily sit within my responsibilities, but the role as taking an overarching approach to addressing the drivers of extremism and terrorism do.
And have you taken steps in your role to address that aspect of the drivers of violence?
It's a very active conversation amongst Commonwealth agencies about our measures of effectiveness about this type of foreign interference, yes.
Thanks, Mr. Dowling. No further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Dowling, among the programs that the Commonwealth funds, do some of them endeavour to assist a person not to mobilise towards extremist violence, regardless of the person's ideology, while others are targeted on a particular ideology?
So all the programs are equipped to respond to any ideology that a person might be engaging with. So we don't necessarily, jurisdictions don't necessarily operate programs that are targeted towards a single ideology. You might have practitioners with areas of specialisation or expertise in a particular ideology, but usually what the practitioner is looking at is the underlying drivers of violent extremism and radicalisation, which will often be common across ideologies. We also see grievances that are common across ideologies. Antisemitism, I think, being probably the most prominent commonality, which goes from jihadi extremism to right-wing or white supremacist or anti-government extremism. The programs are equipped to deal with any person, whatever extremist ideology they're presenting with.
I thought we'd heard some evidence about a program in Victoria that was directed to Islamic extremism.
So I think there are programs that run nationally. Programs that run in different jurisdictions where there might be specific sort of subsets of working with, say, the Islamic community on particularly targeted measures. We don't. The Commonwealth level funding operates more broadly, so it's available to be used in jurisdictions for specific measures, but we don't set that at the Commonwealth level.
Just in terms of the training of the people who staff programs and the nature of the program, does the Commonwealth see any benefit looking, for example, at Islamic extremism, at programs that are specifically tailored to that phenomenon?
I think it's partly a question of caseload. So I think in the larger jurisdictions there might be some merit to say, well, we have a sufficient caseload of people engaging in that particular ideology that it warrants. You as a practitioner are going to spend every day engaging with this type of case, and I think there is some benefit to the level of expertise, because some of these ideologies get into quite niche sort of ideas. That said, in a smaller jurisdiction, you might be in a position as a practitioner where this week you're engaging with a person with this ideology, and next week it's a different ideology. So I think in some respects it's horses for courses in the jurisdiction, but there is some benefit to, I think, the approach you described. I think my view would be that we shouldn't prescribe that at the Commonwealth level, but there should be the flexibility for states to determine that's the right approach in that setting.
Mr. Millican?
Yes, Commissioner, I just have a couple of matters to raise with the witness. Mr. Dowling, you were asked some questions about the cessation of the extremist social media insights reporting program, and you were asked how the Commonwealth understands the threat environment following the cessation of that program. And you referred to a unit within the Curtin University in WA that produces insights into extremist behaviour, but you couldn't recall the name of that program.
Yes.
Were you thinking of the Curtin Extremism Research Network?
That's correct, yes.
And is the AVERT network, AVERT network out of Deakin University, another source of reporting and information for the Commonwealth in relation to the online threat environment?
Yeah, absolutely. In my in the last few months, I have spent time with my team engaging with a number of those academic experts and schools. I think we have some world-leading researchers who are looking at trends in extremism, particularly online. I would say their job is getting more complicated as we see a much broader mix of ideologies that people are engaging with on a pathway to violent extremism. But those, all of those, they are all valued contributors to our understanding of the threat environment.
The Commissioners received some evidence from some witnesses from state agencies that the funding they've received from the federal government for CVE programs is paid retrospectively, in the sense that the state agency incurs the costs of the CVE program up front, and the federal government then makes a payment at a later point in time. You're aware of that evidence?
Yes.
Is there a particular reason why the Commonwealth structures its federation funding arrangements in that way?
So the approach we take for the federation funding arrangements that through which we disperse the money for the NSIP, the National Support and Intervention Program, accords with best practice advice or guidance from the Department of Finance at the Commonwealth level of the way to structure federation funding agreements. So the way they're structured is built around milestones. So a amount of funding is agreed with the jurisdiction, but the payment of that money is linked to the delivery of milestones and the jurisdiction meeting the requirements that have been agreed through the course of through the agreement. So by nature, work has to have been done to meet the milestones and requirements, which then unlocks the payments being made on those milestones. So it's a common practice in the operation of FFAs.
Thank you. You've been taken to some data that's contained in your statement about the number of referrals to CVE programs under the NSIP program, and also by way of the Step Together program, which generally indicates an increasing demand on CVE programs around the country. If demand for CVE programs exceeds the capacity for program providers, I take it further Commonwealth funding may need to be considered.
So at this point in time, there is some flexibility in the delivery of programs, which means within the envelope that jurisdictions are funded by the Commonwealth, they have the ability to flex that funding to ensure they're meeting the demand for the services that they provide. So there's a degree of flexibility built into the FFAs, which serves to meet the increased demand that we're seeing at the moment. That said, I think there's two drivers which we'll see in coming years increased demand for CVE programs. One is the increased levels of radicalisation, particularly amongst young people. The Director General of ASIO has spoke about this publicly. The speed and volume of people who are radicalising is increasing. That will increase and should increase demand on our CVE programs. If you add to that our awareness raising campaigns, including through what we're looking at through Step Together, including through, I think, forums such as the Royal Commission, where people are becoming more aware of the risks of radicalisation, that will also be a driver to an increased demand on those CVE services. So I would anticipate in coming years we will need to look at the adequacy of funding to support those CVE programs if that demand continues on that upward trend that we're seeing now.
And that would involve discussions with the states and territory jurisdictions who are delivering the programs, presumably?
That's right, and the data of what they're seeing in their programs would be a really important data point to consider. If the demand is increasing, are we positioned to meet that demand through the existing program arrangements, or is there a growing body of evidence that warrants greater investment from both Commonwealth and state governments to meet that increasing demand?
The Commissioner has I withdraw that. The Commission has received evidence regarding the period over which funding is provided and challenges that can be experienced by program providers where it is done over a short period of time, so 1 to 2 year funding agreements.
Yes.
The NSIP program, NSIP, is a 3-year funding model, is that right?
Yes.
And is any consideration being given to move to a 5-year federation funding arrangement for the NSIP program?
So we do get regular feedback from the delivery agencies in states and territories that as they mature and professionalise their services, confidence in the continued level of funding is really important for them to maintain staff, to invest in the capability of those staff. As I think I said before, we see people engaged in CVE programs engaged for potentially 1 to 2 to 3 years in terms of the actual clients involved. We see the complexity of the violent extremism environment getting more challenging. So I'm sympathetic to feedback from jurisdictions that longer term funding arrangements would better equip them to build their service, build that professionalisation and expertise. So we're currently looking at whether it's possible to move to a longer term funding cycle of the nature of 5 years to better support that professionalisation.
The Commission has received evidence about the state of Victoria having an underspend in respect of one aspect of its administration of the high-risk terrorism offender regime, but also having an overspend in relation to other aspects of its administration of that scheme, and the Commonwealth not approving the underspent funds to be reallocated to offset the overspend.
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
I am aware, yes.
Would you like to make any comment in relation to that?
It's an issue we are aware of. We currently operate a specific high-risk terrorist offenders regime, which is quite narrowly defined in law as to who constitutes a high-risk terrorist offender. It's a very high legal threshold that police and prosecutors have to meet to apply a continuing detention order or extended supervision order. The services delivered under the high-risk terrorist offender scheme are sometimes consistent with services that are delivered under the National Support and Intervention Program. There is a very small number of terrorist offenders who are subject to the high-risk terrorist offenders program. I think there is a valid question which we are considering at the moment as to whether the nature of the high-risk terrorist offenders program is too restrictive and limits the use of services and funding to a very small number of notably high-risk cases. But when we look at the broadening of the at-risk radicalised cases that we're seeing amongst a much broader set of individuals, is there a better way to use that funding? Can we free up some of the strictures around the high-risk terrorist offenders scheme that resulted in what was a correct decision in a technical sense, but maybe didn't get the outcome that we needed of using the money for a broader range of high-risk activities, high-risk offenders? So that is something we're contemplating at the moment. Can we expand how we consider high-risk offenders to better unlock some of the intervention and therapeutic programs for a broader range of people?
Thank you. And just one final question. The Commission has received evidence that there have been delays in finalising Federation funding agreements between the Commonwealth and various states for the provision of funding for CVE programs, including the NSIP. Are you aware of those delays at a
So
general level?
there have been. I'm not sure I'd call them delays. The settling, negotiation, and finalisation of Federation funding agreements with jurisdictions does tend to be a protracted exercise. I would say always done with good collaboration and intent between jurisdictions, but the budget cycles in different jurisdictions don't align with the Commonwealth. We are sometimes working to settle agreements with multiple ministers and agencies in a jurisdiction, which means multiple signatories to an FFA. So it's something I'm very live to, and I want to make sure that we are doing that and settling those agreements as expeditiously as possible. Where there have been delays or where there have been time, it's taken weeks or a couple of months to settle, I don't believe there's been an impact on operational delivery. So it's not that people have, that services haven't been delivered, but I do appreciate that the faster and more kind of efficiently these agreements are finalised puts the state and territory jurisdiction in a better position for planning and implementation, but they are kind of complex interjurisdictional agreements with administrative processes on both sides at the Commonwealth and state level. So working to do that as efficiently as possible is in everyone's interest.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Milligan. Anything arising, Mr. Lancaster?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dowling. You are
Thank you very
excused.
much. Thank you.
Commissioner, I call Dr. Matsuo from Corrective Services, New South Wales.
Yes.
I'll come through.
Would you take an oath or make an affirmation?
An affirmation.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do. Could you please state your name?
Danielle Matsuo.
And you have prepared a statement for the Commission dated 11 June 2026.
I did, yes.
And do you have a copy of that statement there with you?
I do.
Is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
I tender that statement, Commissioner, which is stat.899.001.0218_R.
Yes. The statement will be admitted.
And there are a number of annexures to that statement, annexures A to D, which I also tender.
Yes, annexures A and B will separately be admitted as exhibits.
A, B, C and D.
C and D as well.
And there was a further document referred to in the statement, NCC.001.001.0072, which I also tender.
Yes, the last mentioned document will be received as an exhibit.
You are currently the Assistant Commissioner Community in Corrective Services, New South Wales.
That's correct.
And you've been in that role since April 2026.
Correct?
You've previously held roles of Director Statewide Programs and Director Offender Transformation within Corrective Services.
That's right.
And in those roles you were responsible for the development, implementation and ongoing integrity of monitoring of all corrective services behavioural change programs in the correctional system.
Yes.
And that included overseeing assessment, clinical and therapeutic interventions in management of high-risk terrorism-related offenders.
Yes.
And both of those things form part of your current role as well.
So my current role is not responsible for behaviour change programs. That now sits in an area of the organisation, strategy and governance. Operationally, I'm not responsible for the CVE, the Countering Violent Extremism team anymore, the high risk offender teams. They sit under a different Assistant Commissioner now of Intelligence and Operations.
I see. And Corrective Services operates a range of what you describe as countering violent extremism services.
Yes.
And aspects of those services have been in existence since 2016, initially through what was then known as the PRISM program.
That's correct.
And then from 2021, the Praxis program as well.
Yes.
And in 2025, the PRISM and Praxis programs merged to be under the banner of Countering Violent Extremism Services.
Yes.
So can I just ask you about how those services currently operate, or at least based on your knowledge up until you started your current role?
Yes, of course.
The CVE services are focused on individuals in custody.
That's correct.
And are only for those over the age of 18.
Yes.
And they're voluntary programs.
Correct.
And of course, Youth Justice runs programs for those who are under the age of 18 who are in custody.
Yes.
And in terms of the eligibility for CVE services, aside from the age requirement, one eligibility requirement is that they must be under the management of corrective services, either in custody or in the community.
That's right, yep.
And insofar as management in the community is concerned, participants in the CVE services may be on parole, for example.
Yes.
Or they may be subject to a supervision order under the New South Wales Terrorism High Risk Offenders Act or the equivalent Commonwealth regime.
Yes.
And another aspect of the eligibility requirements is that they meet one of the criteria set out, I think, at paragraph 46 of your statement, 46C, which includes, for example, that they display vulnerabilities to violent extremism or support for violent extremism.
Yes.
Yes. Or be identified as a fixated person who espouses an extremist ideology. What do you mean by fixated person in that context?
A fixated person would be someone who is their ideology drives, I think, their behaviour in terms of their belief in whether it's a religious ideology or, for example, something like misogyny, which I understand has been sort of raised in evidence before. But those strong beliefs that actually drive someone to become fixated on an individual or a group in terms of the behaviour or attitudes that they hold towards that particular person or group.
And could that include the kinds of people you mention at paragraph 47? So, for example, someone who might display a sort of fixation on the concept of mass murder, regardless of whatever sorts of ideology might drive them? Or is that a different concept you're referring to there?
I'm hesitant to answer this fully in terms of, I guess, my area of expertise in this particular space. My understanding is that that it certainly could, a fixated person is someone who could be motivated by grievance-fueled violence, but I think that this space is extremely complex, and in that respect, that I wouldn't be prepared to go beyond my sort of area of expertise at that juncture.
I see. Thanks for that clarification. And so, in terms of the concept of grievance-fueled violence that you've just mentioned, what do you mean by that?
Grievance-fueled violence is really a term, it's an umbrella term. I think that it acknowledges that there are similarities between different types of offending, But I think that in terms of the literature around those different types of offending, things like lone actor, extremism, or hate crimes, incel-related violence, they all bear sort of distinct features as well. But grievance fuel violence sort of sits across the top of those things in terms of the motivations for that behaviour.
And the CVE services at Corrective Services accept referrals for individuals in that category as well. That is grievance fueled violence. And when the eligibility criteria refer to displaying vulnerabilities to violent extremism, I take it that includes the full range of ideologies, from those that may be religiously inspired to those that may be more far-right extremists and the like?
Yes, that's correct.
As well as those who might have a mixed ideology.
Yes.
And insofar as the participants in CVE services are within custody, are those services available at any point during the person serving their sentence, or only as they approach their earliest possible release date?
All of our programs and services are generally available to people who are sentenced. So at this point in time, people who are on remand, we develop a service plan, but it's because our services are voluntary, it's often less likely that people are willing to engage whilst they're on remand for certain offences. And so once someone is sentenced, we can then engage with them on a voluntary basis. So at any point during that period, once they're sentenced through to approaching the end of their sentence, they will be eligible to participate. Yeah.
So if, for example, someone's sentenced to an 8-year period, they might be eligible for parole after 6 years. You could start CVE services from year 1.
Yes. Yeah.
And in terms of the distinction with the engagement and support program that we've heard about from Assistant Commissioner McCusker last week, one of the differences is that program is open to those who are in the community and they don't need to have ever have been served a time in custody or even have been charged with a criminal offence.
That is correct.
Yeah. And the engagement and support program is open to individuals aged 10 and above.
Yes.
That's your understanding.
That's my understanding.
Now, in terms of the services that are available as part of CVE services, you've described some of those at paragraph 32 of your statement. They include comprehensive psychological risk assessments, individually tailored interventions that target risk, needs and vulnerabilities while trying to increase the strength of protective factors. And they also include what you've described as family support. What might that look like when you say family support?
Sure. So our staff that work in the CVE services team, including services and programs officers, community corrections officers and our religious support officer, have the opportunity to actually meet with or engage with the families of people who are serving orders with us in terms of developing, assisting them to develop an understanding of certainly what their person is going through in terms of their experience in the program, and also to support them understanding risk and vulnerabilities for the person that is serving the order with us, so that they might be able to better support that individual's reintegration back into the community.
And are there circumstances in which you might engage with the family in that manner, even if the individual in custody doesn't consent to participate in the CVE services, or is the individual's consent a necessary precondition to engaging with the family?
I believe the individual's consent is necessary to engage.
I see. And at paragraph 33, you say that CVE services interventions can occur over varying lengths of time. Sessions are facilitated, either 1-to-1 or 2-to-1. When you say sessions with whom?
The sessions are primarily with a psychologist, but could also be with a services and programs officer. So some of our more universal, I suppose, services or programs are run by our SAPOs, and those things.
When you say SAPOs,
yeah,
those are the services and programs officers?
Yes, that's correct. And so that work can certainly be done by SAPOs. The religious support officer may also see people individually.
Well, I might come back and ask you in a moment a little more about the role of the religious support officer.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that the services can deal with the different strains of extremism that might be encountered. Are those who interact with the offenders, so say psychologists and the SAPOs and the religious support officer for that matter, are they all trained on the full range of ideologies?
Yes.
And is that training is mandatory, I take it?
Yes.
At paragraph 34, you note that CVE services do not seek to change beliefs or ideology. Instead, it focuses on behaviour, risk reduction and vulnerability by the various measures that you've outlined there. So does that mean if, for example, a participant in the program has what might be described as neo-Nazi ideology, a belief in racial inferiority, for example, those engaging with that individual wouldn't seek to test and challenge that belief directly?
That's correct.
Instead, the idea is that you implement a range of behavioural changes, for example, building their coping and problem-solving skills, strengthening their social connections, and what may flow from that is a change, perhaps, in ideology.
That's correct.
So there can be a sort of indirect change in that way as a result of the behavioural changes.
Yes, that's possible. Yep.
And to your observation, does that regularly occur, that a change in beliefs or ideology flows from the behavioural changes?
I think that, and this is not something that's uncommon across all of the work that we do in programs and behaviour change in corrective services, is that by the time people come to us, they often have very entrenched views and beliefs, and I think that that can take time. I think that it's not reasonable to expect that those changes are going to happen quickly. It is really about habit formation in a way, and so forming habits in terms of new behaviours and new ways of navigating the world, I think can happen, but they do happen slowly, and so certainly I have observed that has occurred, but I think that we have to expect that, as I said, by the time people have come to us, their journey isn't necessarily linear. It's certainly cyclical. Sometimes they can fall back into bad habits in terms of their behaviour, and but yeah, change is possible.
And in terms of assessing the change in participant over time, you're familiar with the concept of disguised compliance?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you, and how does corrective services seek to address that potential phenomenon with participants in the program?
Certainly. So as mentioned, the work that we do in corrective services in terms of behaviour change, certainly from a psychological point of view, really deals with this issue of disguised compliance, or in another terminology, I'd probably call it impression management a lot. This is really core to the work that we do. We certainly, there are assessment tools that we use in a battery of tools that form that psychological assessment that can look at things like levels of social desirability and things like that to sort of measure them on a psychometric level. But generally speaking, it's really about understanding someone's stages of change. So our sort of model of change within the programs is the trans-theoretical stages of change model, which moves through pre-contemplation, contemplation, preparation, action and maintenance. And so it's about whether someone who's talking the talk can actually walk the walk. And really the only way that you're going to be able to determine that is through monitoring behaviour. And so that comes through obviously observations, our general case management processes, the collection of intelligence, those sorts of things, to understand whether someone who is saying what they're saying, something that you know appears quite positive, is actually modifying their behaviour to align with what they're actually saying.
Given that these programs deal with primarily those who are in custody and serving sentences alongside other offenders, what, if any, steps does Corrective Services take to ensure that one offender is not having a negative influence on another offender in terms of perhaps facilitating or encouraging extremist ideologies?
Again, we rely on our intelligence operations in terms of understanding what that looks like when people are managed in mainstream centres. I guess just to be clear, we do all of our assessments when someone comes to our attention in terms of potentially holding ideologies or being vulnerable to radicalisation, will be assessed depending on their risk and needs, and their placement is really determined by that risk and needs assessment. With respect to individuals who are a high risk or high sort of security threat, we manage people in our high-risk, high-secure management correctional centre, and in that centre, people are separated from the general population, and within that centre, they are separated from each other. There's a high level of security in that centre, as I said, that really monitors all of the sort of influence between people that are managed there, but we always, through that process of risk and needs assessment, will attempt, even with the people who are housed in that centre, to move them out and progress them into the mainstream centres.
Is the high-risk centre that you speak of located in Goulburn?
That's correct.
And
yes,
that certainly used to be called Supermax.
The Supermax, that's
yes.
correct, yes. Yeah.
So is it the case that New South Wales adopts an approach in relation to people who are high risk by reason of a conviction for terrorism, that they will be housed in the Supermax at Goulburn?
That's correct, initially. So yes, in terms of the security designation, if they are an extreme high risk, designated as extreme high risk or national security, they will be housed at the HRMCC.
And is there a view about the wisdom of putting together a whole group of people who present that high risk?
I think in terms of just to clarify, so the model that I think we would say we adopt is a hybrid model. So while the decision in that initial stage is to place people in that secure environment, whilst I think we get an understanding of them and can do those assessments and understand what's driving their behaviour. As I said, we attempt then to move them out, to progress them out and into the mainstream population. And there are certainly people who come to our attention who potentially have not been convicted of a terrorism-related offence, who hold these ideologies who do get managed in mainstream centres, and so a hybrid model is really the way I would describe the way that we work. I think from an evidence-based perspective, there isn't necessarily a consensus in terms of which one is better in that regard, and so I think the way we manage is to do both.
At paragraph 38, you've noted that at the cessation of the service being provided to a participant, a CVE intervention report is prepared. Does that generally set out the recommendations for the management of the person in the community upon their release?
Yes.
And if a participant is released to parole, will CVE services have an ongoing role in the implementation of those recommendations, or is that left to another part of corrections?
So depending on the nature of the order, if it's a parole order that's not an extended supervision order, for example, then community corrections generally takes over the management of those individuals. However, CVE is considered in terms of its expertise and support of other staff. It certainly is a statewide opportunity for people to be supported by the staff of CVE, but in terms of who's responsible for the management of those people on parole, then it is up to community corrections.
I see. So CVE services can have an ongoing role in supporting community corrections to manage the person on the parole
Correct.
order. I see. And if a person is not released to parole, i.e. they're just released upon the expiry of their sentence, would CVE services have any role in implementing the recommendations in the intervention report in that scenario?
No. So once someone is not on an order with Corrective Services New South Wales or an order under the Terrorism High Risk Offenders Act, we don't have any remit over the management of those people.
Does any part of Correctives or DCG have a role in that scenario, or is that just left to the individual and their community support networks?
So we would certainly work with our partners in other areas of DCJ or in the community prior to the cessation of an order of people under those circumstances. So whether it is with ESP or other sort of programs in the community, making referrals and ensuring that there was an aspect of through care for those individuals to reintegrate appropriately.
And in terms of the preparation of an intervention report like that, who's usually responsible for formulating that? Is that the psychologist or the SAPO you referred to, or how does that work?
Generally, it's the psychologist who will be primarily responsible for the intervention report. Having said that, the way the team works is very multidisciplinary, and I think that it's important to, maintain those holistic views of the things that are going to support an individual. As we said up front, that our work is very individualised, so understanding that from the psychologist's perspective, the community corrections officer's perspective, the religious support officer, etc., they can certainly have input into that report.
And is there a level of oversight of the recommendations made in the intervention report? That is, if it's prepared by the psychologist, does it go to a more senior level for review and approval?
Yes, that's correct. Yep, the senior psychologist.
And who has that review or approval role?
So the senior psychologist is writing the report, and they all are supervised by a chief psychologist in the structure.
I see. At paragraph 40, you've referred to a number of the staff involved in the team, and you've referred to a number of them already, one of which is the religious support officer that
Yes.
you mentioned earlier. What role does the religious support officer have?
So the religious support officer can provide direct support to individuals who are referred to the service, but they also act as a conduit to other contacts, I think, that, and certainly when we talk about reintegration back into the community, so that person can be a conduit between support that an individual might receive in the community, whether that's from a religious organisation. We also have chaplains that work within Corrective Services New South Wales. Chaplains are independent, although they work on a deed of agreement with us, and so in that respect, the chaplains are free to have contact with people who are also referred to our service, but our religious support officer would ensure that the chaplain is aware and working appropriately with that individual.
And is that religious support officer trained to deal with a number of different religions?
So presently, the religious support officer we have is from a Islam background. We don't have the same or commensurate roles for other religions at this point in time, but it is certainly something that we're very open to in thinking about the changing landscape.
And so, say a participant in the program has extremist views that appear to be based on a misguided understanding of a religious text, for example.
Yes.
Do you currently have any processes in place for that person to be provided religious mentoring, in the sense of helping them to derive a better understanding of what that religious text might be conveying in a modern context? Is that the role of the religious support officer or not? It
would be to, as I said, to be the conduit, I think, to find the right support for that person in that space. And so whether that is, so we do have Jewish chaplains in the organisation, and so whether it would be to ensure that person was connected in that way, but again, it's a voluntary thing for the person to want to accept that support.
And so there's no kind of standing arrangement for, say, religious leaders in the Islamic space to have a mentoring role with participants in the program?
Not at this time, no.
Right. Is that something you'd see as desirable?
I think from an evidence-based perspective, that there is evidence to suggest that type of religious mentoring, if it is with someone who is credible, who and appropriately screened, I think is valuable in terms of providing a protective mechanism or protective factors. However, it needs to occur within the context of the holistic approach that we take to the program, and I don't think that we can say that in and of itself religious mentoring is the answer in this space. Yeah.
And is that sort of model something currently under consideration by corrections?
We'd be open to considering that model.
Is it fair to say that those involved in CVE services may present with a range of mental health concerns from time to time?
Yes, that's correct.
And at paragraph 41, you've noted that from August last year, CVE services expanded service provision to include a psychiatrist from the Justice, Health and Forensic Mental Health Network, initially for a 6-month period.
That's right.
And there's been some discussion around extending the term of that forensic psychiatrist.
Yes.
Do you see that role being a valuable one in the context of the work that CVE Services does?
Yes, most definitely.
And so I take it you'd support it being an ongoing role within CVE Services?
Yes.
At paragraph 45, you've noted that corrective services, the CVE services, accept referrals all year round, and referrals can be made by an employee of corrective services. That's any employee of corrective services?
Yes, that's correct.
And so what sort of training do staff in corrective services have to be able to spot the signs of someone who's vulnerable to violent extremism?
So in the first instance, the REAP training is available to all staff in terms of it being an essential part of all new employees' training.
What are you able to say what that training involves?
It's the Radicalisation and Extremism Awareness Program is REAP, REAP. I'm not necessarily aware of all of the detail. However, I am aware that those programs are informed by certainly subject matter experts in that space. One of the other programs
just pausing there, that program, is that an online module?
I believe so, yes.
And it's mandatory for all corrective services staff, is that right?
Yes.
I see. Sorry, please continue with the other training you were about to refer to.
Thank you. The other training that actually was funded through one of the projects from what was HRRP, now NCIP, was the standing up of right-wing extremism online training as well. That one, as far as I'm aware, is not mandatory for all staff, but it was developed and rolled out quite recently.
When you say quite recently, this year or last year, or?
It was the end of last year, 2025.
And did you say that's not mandatory?
I don't believe so this time.
Who are the target audience for that form of training?
Certainly the staff who work in CVE programs, all of the staff that work in CVE, the staff who potentially are working in the high-risk management correctional centre. But ideally we would like all staff to be trained in that as well, of course.
I see. Can I just ask how those two examples intersect with the training you've described at paragraph 60? So you've noted there are services, initiatives and projects that the NSIP, which is the Commonwealth program we've just heard about from the Counter-Terrorism coordinator, funding will support over the 3-year funding cycles, and you've mentioned at paragraph B the development and delivery of advanced extremism awareness training for correctional staff. Is that something additional and different to what you've just mentioned?
Yes, it is, and it hasn't been implemented yet.
I see. And do you know, does that deal with different forms of extremist ideology, or just one, or?
My understanding it would be different forms of ideologies.
And do you know who the target audience for that training is?
Again, it would be all correctional staff, ideally.
Right. Do you know when that's likely to be implemented?
I'm not aware. No, I apologise. I don't have that information.
And you mentioned some other training at paragraph E of paragraph 60. Recognising indicators of right-wing extremism. Is that the right-wing extremism training you referred to earlier? I see. And so that's an online training product?
Yes.
And on a different topic, but still in paragraph 60, paragraph 60C, you refer to establishment of a pilot program to fund ancillary services for CVE participants post-release. What sort of services is it envisaged that will cover?
Yes, so that has already commenced, and so it's a variety of things. It depends again on the individual's risk and needs assessment. But one of the things that we have done through that program is tattoo removal. So individuals, for example, who have swastikas, actually paying for them to get those tattoos removed so that they are able to reintegrate into the community appropriately.
And at paragraph 67, you go on to say that you consider the Commonwealth NSIP funding to be appropriate and proportionate for administering CVE services. However, corrective services would welcome additional internal state funding to support capability uplift, particularly in relation to state-based post-sentence schemes. Are you able to explain why you've singled out state-based post-sentence schemes there and what the need is in that regard?
I think in terms of it's a caseload issue in terms of the numbers of people that are subject in that space to the state-based schemes relative to sort of Commonwealth approaches. I think that. And the funding obviously was outlined in my statement. That in terms of the reach of the state-based schemes now and the changing landscapes as we've discussed, for us to continue to keep up with that, I think that that it would be appropriate for additional funding in that regard. The Commonwealth funding, as I've said at this stage, appears to be adequate in terms of the work that is underway.
Finally, could I just ask you to describe what processes Correctives have in place to evaluate the effectiveness of CVE services over time?
Yes. So we're very committed to independent evaluations of all of our programs. Certainly in this space there have been several already undertaken that I understand have been covered off at some level in the Commission already. Most of those to date have been more process evaluations in terms of the intent of and principles behind the model that we implement within corrective services, and are reasonably positive in terms of the alignment of what we are doing with best practice. Most recently, the Australian National University and Dr. Emily Corner has been engaged to do an evaluation in two parts. So the first phase was a process evaluation, which did describe some recommendations and improvements that we could make in that space, which we have already begun to action.
And what do you mean by a process evaluation?
In terms of the way that the model is set up, I guess. So it's not evaluating necessarily the effectiveness of the outcomes of the program. It's evaluating whether or not the model itself is actually aligned in terms of the processes and program that we have implemented. And then the second phase is looking at developing. So two things that were recommended were a better data management system, and I think that was also called out in some of the other evidence in terms of just ensuring that we are capturing the data effectively in the right way. Our systems currently, the Offender Integrated Management System, or OIMS, is adequate, but I think in terms of research we can improve on that. And the second recommendation was a formal evaluation framework so that we can actually look over time at outcome measures, and so they will be the outcome of the phase 2 evaluation by Dr. Corner, as I understand it. I will say just on that is that evaluating outcomes in this space in terms of reductions of recidivism or those sorts of things is very difficult in the respect that it's a very small cohort and it has a very low base rate in terms of these types of behaviours. And so I think our goal is certainly to consider outcome measures that are not necessarily just a blunt measure of reduction of recidivism, but the positive aspects, as we've described, in terms of the strengths, in terms of people being able to engage in a more pro-social identity, in the community, and not be as isolated, or to be more inclusive in terms of how they reintegrate. So thinking about outcome measures in different ways, I think, is really important in terms of evaluating these programs as well.
And when you say in paragraph 73 that second phase is due for completion by the end of financial year 2026?
Yes. Yep.
Do you mean middle of this year or middle of next year?
It was due, my understanding is that it was due this year, and so as far as I know, we haven't seen the completed evaluation, so there have been some delays.
All right. Do you know when that's expected to be provided?
I actually do not at this point in time. I apologise.
That's all right. Right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Cullen, do you have any questions?
Just one topic by way of, I think, more clarification.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Matsuo, you were asked by counsel assisting what, if any, steps corrective services take to ensure that one offender is not having a negative influence on another in terms of perhaps facilitating or encouraging extremist ideologies. Do you remember when that topic was being explored in your evidence?
Yes.
You spoke of the use of a risk and needs assessment informing the classification of an offender.
Yes.
For instance, as I understood your evidence, decisions about or informing the placement of an offender, for instance, within the general population, or if high risk at the Goulburn Supermax. Is that correct?
That's correct.
While a high risk terrorist offender is kept at the Goulburn Supermax, I think you mentioned they are separated away from the general prison population. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
You also indicated that they are separated from each other. What is the rationale for that?
In terms of the management, it's and I'm potentially not best placed to actually speak to this from a security perspective.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think there's really much I can sort of expand on in terms of the rationale.
Okay. From the context for these questions that were being asked of you by counsel assisting was specific to the risk of an offender facilitating or encouraging another in terms of extremist ideology.
Sure.
Do you understand that it informs the separation of high-risk prisoners within the Goulburn Supermax?
Yes. Having said that, there are other people in that environment who are not terrorism-related offenders,
Yes.
And they are all separated from each other.
Okay. You observe more than once in your oral evidence on this topic that an objective is progressing inmates into the mainstream centres, that is into the general prison population, is
That's
that right?
correct.
And what is the rationale for that?
In terms of, certainly in terms of reducing isolation, increasing inclusion, reintegrating into more normative social environments. That's absolutely the rationale in encouraging people to be able to, as I suggested, navigate the microcosm that is corrective services in terms of society more broadly, and different views and opinions and attitudes of the people that are encountered, and then being able to moderate or modify their behaviour in an environment that is going to then replicate what occurs in the community.
In that way, is this the case? It reflects some of the central considerations which you've already described in terms of the CVE program within corrective services.
Yes.
Now, can I ask, how is that balanced against the risks that counsel assisting raised of one offender having a negative influence on another in terms of extremist ideologies? I think you referred in your evidence to relying on intelligence operations. Is that the way the risk is managed?
That's one way
Yes.
that the risk is managed. I think the intention is, through our universal case management sort of processes to ensure that people are able to find. So, in terms of a driver or an underlying sort of factor or vulnerability with this particular cohort, in terms of finding an identity that is pro-social, that allows people to have a fulfilling life, whether it's through education, employment programs, all of those things. Those things can occur in the general population once we integrate people into that particular space, and then we observe through their interactions, and so that's not necessarily intelligence, that's something that we can see in terms of how well they're actually engaging in those activities. As I said before, the talking the talk and walking the walk, if they are engaging, if they are responding to situations that previously would have triggered a strong attitude in a different way. That's really what we're trying to observe in terms of the risk and how that is being managed by the individual.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Callan. Anything arising?
No, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Matsuo. You are excused, and I'll adjourn till 2 p.m.
Commission has now resumed.
Commissioner, I call Dr. Steve Barracosa.
Yes, Mr. Barracosa. Will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
Affirmation, please, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Barracosa, could you state your full name?
Stephen Barracosa.
And you've provided a statement dated the 11th of June 2026, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Commissioner, that statement bears the document ID STAT.899.0001.0221, and I tender the statement in its annexure.
Yes, the statement will be admitted.
Now, Dr. Barracosa, you work as the Senior Manager of the Youth Justice New South Wales Specialist Support Unit, is that correct?
Correct.
And that unit was formerly known as the Youth Justice New South Wales Countering Violent Extremism Unit, is that right?
That's correct.
Could you just tell us a little bit about that change in name and why it occurred?
Certainly can. In our initial iteration of our countering violent extremism response, we had a small cohort of young people charged for terrorism offences. Very quickly, that cohort shifted to a broader cohort of young people at risk of engaging in different forms of extremism. We felt that a change of name gave us some width in terms of our service provision to more adequately respond to different forms of extreme violence risk that weren't explicitly or specifically tied to terrorism offences. We also felt like a change in name gave us a softer, more youth feel to our response to what is a rather sensitive topic.
And was that change in name well received by those who participated in the program?
Appears to have been, yes.
Now, in terms of your academic qualifications, you hold a PhD in criminology from the University of Queensland, is that correct?
That's correct.
And your PhD studies focused on radicalisation and violent extremism, is that right?
Youth radicalisation specifically, yes.
Thank you. And you were also the inaugural chair of the Commonwealth Youth Extremism Advisory Group, coordinated by the Department of Home Affairs, is that right?
Correct.
And what did that role involve?
It involved co-chairing a multi-jurisdictional and multinational advisory body stood up by the Commonwealth to develop a best practice response to the problem of youth extremism in Australia and New Zealand.
Okay. Now, focusing on the Specialist Support Unit, you've given evidence that that unit provides specialised and direct client services to youth offenders at risk of various forms of extreme violence, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how do you assess risk in that context?
I mean, risk is a layered concept for young people. We're very passionate about the fact that young people need to be conceptualised as much more than just the extremist behaviours that they exhibit. So for us, it's not just formal offences of a violent extremist nature, but concerns regarding extremism being connected to any given young person involved in our system. We like to speak broadly about the concept of young people engaging in extremism, which we perceive to be harmful and problematic. And then we have a formalised assessment process that's geared towards fully conceptualising risk from a developmental perspective. So it's a layered process.
Certainly, and I'll return to the risk assessment process a little later on. Is it correct that the Specialist Support Unit assessments are generally available to youth offenders who are sentenced to a period of supervision? Is that a fair assessment?
Supervision in both custody and or the community, yes.
And so as a result of that circumstance, your work tends to focus on youth who are aged 14 years and over, is that correct?
Tends to be the most predominant cohort, yes.
Are there any circumstances in which you'd look at youth under the age of 14, or is it not the case that you do that?
It is plausible that a young person under the age of 14 can be sentenced to a period of youth justice supervision. It's relatively rare, but should that occur and there be extremism concerns, we do have provisions internally where we can be endorsed to engage people below the age of 14, yes.
And are you aware of any other units or organisations within the New South Wales Government that provide similar or related services to youth, or is your unit really it?
My understanding is we're the only standalone youth justice CVE response in Australia, notwithstanding the fact that other CVE services and programs may provide some kind of case management response to young people on legal orders in other states and territories.
Okay, but in terms of non-justice related youth responses in New South Wales, are there any other key elements of the New South Wales Government that deal with young people in the context of extremism?
our response would lean on contributions from all other government agencies and non-government services, but coordinated through Youth Justice New South Wales.
Okay. Now, you've described the team that you lead as a multidisciplinary team. Could you explain to us what the multidisciplinary aspects of the team involve?
Current staffing profile is forensic and clinical psychologists, youth caseworkers, have an intel analyst position attached to the specialist support unit, and a project officer.
And why are each of those elements necessary or beneficial to the work of the unit?
I think the concept of youth radicalisation and extreme violence risk is layered and complex, and no single discipline has the solution or a standalone response to what's required in terms of assessment and intervention. So a multidisciplinary picture is adopted to ensure that there are adequate resources to understand the complexity of the problem, and then to guide a similarly robust and intensive response in practice.
And are there elements that tend to lead the response, or is it really a multifaceted response when your team is engaged with respect to a young person?
There are some fairly clear boundaries in terms of the contributions. So the psychologists in general carry the comprehensive risk assessment work. The caseworkers have a more hands-on role longer term with any given case, coordinating the case, and in particular working with the families of any given young person that we may be engaged with. So psychologists mostly for assessment, supervision and consultation moving forward, caseworkers for a lot of the hands-on coordination and the work that's done with the young person and their family network.
And in terms of the coordination role, you've mentioned families being an important element of that process. Are there any other stakeholders that are engaged with by the case manager?
So across our system, our vision is to capacity build pre-existing resources to contribute to these cases. So across youth justice, that will be caseworkers and psychologists external to our CVE response, teachers, mentors, program facilitators, mental health clinicians, including psychiatrists, and more broadly beyond that, multi-agency contributions, including education, community health settings, child protection services, and any non-government service providers that might be involved in a given case, or maybe receiving referrals for assistance and contributions to any given case that we have.
And then in terms of the family involvement, what sort of involvement is that, and why is that undertaken?
The literature on youth radicalisation is very clear that environmental challenges, instability, dysfunction are a very core component in understanding why young people are vulnerable to being exposed to and influenced by extremism. We're conscious that intervening exclusively with the individual probably ignores the fact that there is work to be done on the broader environment wrapped around any given young person. We see the family component as imperative to any youth CVE response. Each case will have a caseworker from my team allocated to the family to begin the journey of engagement, insight development, skills development, and where possible, intervention work with the family itself. It's incredibly important work from a youth CVE perspective, but incredibly difficult work as well.
And in terms of the environmental factors that you just referenced, are there any observations that you've made in your role as to some of the key environmental factors that might drive behaviours of concern to your unit?
I think our practice as an agency and my research, which was closely tied to that, paints the picture of young people with a plethora of life course vulnerabilities across family, schooling and social domains, sometimes clinical and mental health domains as well. All of those background contextual factors are imperative to understand how and why young people were exposed to extremism to begin with, and why a small cohort of young people are then susceptible to being influenced by extremism. So non-ideological background considerations interacting on any individual case in different ways with extremism-specific factors like online content, extremist associations, maybe extremist ideas and ideologies at the very pointy end of the spectrum.
And you just referenced online content. What are your observations about the role of online content in these behaviours that you're focused on?
It's hard to ignore the role of the internet and the proliferation of extremist content for the process of youth radicalisation. A couple of observations in recent years would be the volume of extremist content that's available online, the nature that it's being developed to appeal to young people, certain imagery, video games, messages that are presented in a way that are very much kind of developed for young people to digest, and the ease at which young people can find extremist content online It's moving incredibly quickly, and it feels almost inevitable in the current climate that young people will cross paths with harmful and offensive content on the internet, whether we like it or not.
And since obtaining your PhD and working in this area, have you observed any changes in the way in which online content has influenced young people in this context?
It appears to be more tailored for youth than we've seen before, extremist materials and propaganda. The content appears to be moving faster than we've previously observed, and as already noted, more easily accessible to young people than we might have observed previously.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned that New South Wales first established a CVE framework for the youth criminal justice system in 2018. Could you elaborate on what the framework involves?
It was an early iteration of our response to this challenge. Similar vision, multidisciplinary practitioners, staff training and an intelligence framework. Rebranded in 2019 and then ultimately expanded to have broader boundaries in 2022. So it wasn't wildly dissimilar to the vision that we have today, implemented slightly differently, and naturally there's a higher resource allocation in 2026 than previously.
And so prior to 2022, is it fair to say that youth justice was primarily focused on religious and ideological extremism?
It was the predominant theme on our caseload at that time, yes.
And then the 2022 changes result in a broader area of focus?
In and around that time, I think we were already observing different extremist themes and trends emerging on our caseload, but initially it was certainly focused quite heavily on religious extremism.
And in terms of those changes, what changes have you observed in the types and nature of extremism over that period?
We very quickly moved from what felt like a heavily influenced religious extremist Islamic State inspired climate to a really broad and convoluted right-wing extremism landscape with many different themes and ideas intertwined amongst that. We've been speaking for a long time about the challenges posed by misogynistic extremism, by young people posing targeted threats, in particular towards government institutions that are also consuming and engaging in mixed extremist content. I guess in recent years, nihilistic violent extremism has become a bit of a catch cry for misanthropic, violent, gore, objectionable spaces online where meshed ideas are mixing together in quite incoherent ways.
And you've given some evidence that you've observed anti-Semitism in this context, but that it's not the majority of what you observe. Could you speak to the relative observation of anti-Semitism and the other key areas of extremism that you have seen?
I think we've observed anti-Semitic narratives, ideas, and in some cases ideologies across different pockets of the extremism landscape, particularly religious and right-wing extremism. Seldom in our experience in the criminal justice system the core or defining feature of a young person's beliefs or extremist profile, but certainly present, without likely being the most prominent of themes in recent years.
Now, you've annexed to your statement a copy of an evaluation of the New South Wales Youth Justice CVE unit prepared by Aisel Allen in January 2003, is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of the observations that report made was that the role of young people in CVE was a growing area of research with limited research available. Is that still true, or is there increasing academic literature on this topic now?
I think in the last 5 or so years we've seen a rather significant spike in academic interest in the process of youth radicalisation and reputable research conducted around the globe.
Okay, and I think one of the other observations that was made in that report is that younger people are increasingly involved in violent extremism. Is that consistent with your experience?
It is, yes.
And do you have any observations about why that might be the case?
We've spoken around the role of the internet and the proliferation of extremist content that appeals to young people online. Unfortunately, it feels that we're living in a rather complex, divisive, provocative and emotive socio-political climate, which I think must be incredibly difficult for younger, increasingly vulnerable cohorts to navigate. I think inconsistent and divisive leadership around the world has probably contributed to that climate to some degree. And all meshed together in a post-COVID climate, there is a lot of uncertainty, a lot of objectionable content, and unfortunately the capacity for small cohorts of vulnerable youth to be drawn towards different extremist ideas, groups, movements and so on.
Aisel Allen also observed that young people are particularly susceptible to an accelerated radicalisation process. Would you agree with that assessment?
Not all young people, but we've absolutely seen cases of short, sharp, very intense radicalisation trajectories for youth, yes.
And it's also an observation advanced in that report that the period of vulnerability to radicalisation for young people can be short. Would you agree with that as well?
Certainly can be, yes.
So is there an opportunity in this area really to catch people at a particularly vulnerable point? Is that something that characterises this space?
I think what the research is telling us is that young people engaging in extremism present with a range of vulnerabilities, often over a long period of time. Primary interventions way upstream from the criminal justice system could conceivably support young people to address those vulnerabilities that might protect them from a range of negative outcomes, one of which could be extremism. I think there has to be a commitment from the youth space to continue to attempt to identify challenges as early as possible.
And in terms of the key differences between the way that adults and youth are managed, are you able to provide any observations about the differentiated approaches that might be needed in that regard?
I think the literature and practice tells us that the intensity of the interaction between lots of developmental vulnerabilities, a lack of life experience, the acute nature of the challenges that young people are experiencing is interacting with extremist materials, extremist ideas, at a level of intensity that may often not be seen in the adult space, where decision making and life experience is plausibly quite different.
And how is that met with a different response? Is there some other approach or behaviour that's necessary in that context?
I think the practice-based response becomes quite balanced between risk management, focusing on extremist-specific behaviours, but also heavily focused on the background vulnerabilities, which will form the core of a lot of the intervention work that's done in the youth CVE space.
And how might that differ from the way that an adult would be managed?
I think there is a stronger focus on risk management and risk per se in the adult space.
Now, one of the other issues that Aisel Allen identified was the need for specialist support for working with high risk and complex young people. Was that an area that was perhaps less developed or not fitting within eligibility requirements at the time of that report?
I think it was probably just less mature, given it was earlier in our CVE trajectory. We've since stood up an internal governance framework through our High Risk Young Offender Review Panel, which has senior leadership representation from across the criminal justice system, Justice Health, Child Protection represented, that provides some oversight for the risk assessment work that we do or don't conduct. They ultimately provide a gatekeeper response for whether we do progress cases towards having direct contact with specialist support unit staff, and a lot of that has been solidified around the time and since the completion of the Aisel Allen report.
And so it's no longer the case that high risk and complex cases are effectively de-scoped from your unit's work, is that?
I would say it's a core characteristic of the work that we currently do.
And are you aware of whether that approach is adopted in other jurisdictions, or whether there are differences in the way that New South Wales manages high risk and complex cases?
I think the presence of a standalone CVE response inside the criminal justice system in New South Wales likely positions it slightly differently to other jurisdictions.
Now, in terms of the trends that you've observed in responding to these particular issues of extreme violent risks among youth, are there any demographic changes in the types of people that you're seeing, or has that remained fairly consistent?
I think overall it's remained fairly consistent. There is no specific demographic profile, psychosocial or clinical profile for young people that engage in extremism.
Now, in terms of the risk assessment process, could you just describe for us how you go about assessing risk in a systematic way with respect to a particular individual?
So if endorsed by our internal High Risk Young Offender Review Panel oversight framework, clinical forensic psychologists from the specialist support unit will initiate contact with a young person, seek their voluntary consent to engage in a psychological assessment of their risks, vulnerabilities and needs. That assessment will consist of kind of somewhere in the region of 10 to 12 weeks worth of work, clinical interviews directly with the young person, access to multi-agency file holdings to triangulate the accuracy of the information that we're either observing or receiving. On top of clinical interviews, the implementation of standardised psychometric measures, they could be personality measures, assessments of cognitive functioning. In addition, a suite of violent extremism threat and risk assessment tools are available to us, depending on the nuance of each individual case. A tool or several tools may also be implemented under supervision to support our formulation around the risk of extreme violence for any given young person. I think it's important to acknowledge that our risk assessments are explicitly for the purpose of intervention and risk management, and the purpose of the assessment is to provide a spread of highly tailored, intensive, multidisciplinary interventions to address not just risk, but also the vulnerabilities that that particular young person presents with.
And you've given evidence that the disengagement interventions are tailored, which I think is consistent with what you've just said in the context of the risk assessment process. To what extent are there core features of the disengagement interventions that are common across all individuals, and to what extent are the approaches tailored?
I would suggest that each case is incredibly nuanced. No two risk profiles are the same. There will be a spread of clinical, psychosocial and extremism specific considerations on any given case. But I think what makes this work incredibly challenging is that there are very rarely core components that can be stood up across a number of cases. They're very, very nuanced and individually specific.
Are there any considerations that, to your observation, drive success in terms of encouraging disengagement? I mean, are there common themes that you see?
Obviously, client willingness is always a measure of how quickly intervention processes may move forward. I think the involvement of family and caregivers is incredibly important for nurturing more stable, supportive environments for young people to transition back into when they leave our system. Capacity building across service providers. The Specialist Support Unit for Youth Justice provides very little of the actual intervention work. It's our vision to build the skills and confidence from the system around us to implement our recommendations. That has varying outcomes depending on the skills of those involved. And the intensity and willingness of service providers to do this work long term with young people. It can be elongated and very layered and complex work over a prolonged period of time.
And conversely, are there any features that you've observed that tend to block disengagement activities or operate in a counterproductive way?
I think we face some real challenges transitioning young people from the criminal justice system back to the same environments that bred the vulnerabilities for them ending up in this situation to begin with. So I think there is more to learn and more evolution to be had in our environmental family systems type intervention work.
But in that context, are there any observations that you've made about what works effectively and what doesn't work?
I think the intensity of interventions over a prolonged period is really, really important. I think short gains are positive, but the maintenance of those gains requires service providers to remain involved with any given young person over a prolonged period of time if possible.
Now, in your statement, you draw a distinction between diversionary cases that are considered low risk and disengagement cases that are considered high risk. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes.
And I think you say that disengagement cases require a comprehensive and highly specialised assessment that is perhaps greater than diversionary cases.
Yes.
Are there any accepted standards or thresholds among CVE practitioners that are applied in determining whether a person falls within a diversionary or a disengagement case?
It's very much an imperfect science across the youth CVE landscape. There are few, if any, standardised screening tools that we're able to lean on. There are some that are being trialled at the moment with varied results. For us, it involves multi-agency case consultation and a case formulation that we govern internal to the Specialist Support Unit. We either make a decision at that time to escalate to our high-risk young offender review panel, which would take us into the disengagement conversation, or if we feel that there isn't sufficient evidence to suggest that a young person is significantly engaged in extremism, we might then look to provide consultation and supervision support to the broader youth safeguarding system to see if we can't turn a young person away from this without that heavy, robust disengagement resource allocation.
And in terms of the high-risk young offender panel that you've referred to, what's their role in assessing risk and strategies in this context?
Their role is to hear our case formulation and initially to either endorse or decline our involvement in any given case. They are ultimately the gatekeeper for our involvement in disengagement risk assessment work. It is our role then to provide regular updates to that particular panel that has the opportunity to provide input into the direction of travel, to whether we continue to remain engaged in a case or conversely to cease our involvement in any given case.
And why is it that the panel has that authority and not your team itself?
When we transitioned through our first couple of iterations of a CVE response, I think we found that the youth criminal justice system is a very sensitive space. The idea of young people at risk of extremism in the criminal justice system is particularly sensitive. We were very keen to create transparent external oversight to ensure that there was shared decision making around what we do and don't provide as an agency in relation to at-risk and radicalised youth.
And in your work, are you familiar with the concepts of disguised compliance and impression management?
I am.
And how is it that you manage those risks in your work?
I think it's very important to preface my response in noting that the idea of the genuineness or truthfulness of a person's engagement is certainly not unique to CVE and would be fairly standard practice across a criminal justice system. For us, in relation to CVE and the notion of disguised compliance, we only have highly experienced, highly skilled and highly supervised clinicians conducting this work. We don't provide judgments on any given case without multi-agency file reviews where we can triangulate the information that's available to us. That's supplemented by multidisciplinary consultation with varied services, agencies, practitioners involved in any given case. Underneath that, we have clinicians conducting assessments at the pointy end of risk that are using often standardised assessment measures that have scales built into those measures that might also add to a conversation around the consistency of responses or the truthfulness of responses. And ultimately, as a multidisciplinary team, we share joint decisions around how we think a young person is engaged in any given case. Disguised compliance is not a perfect science, but we're comfortable that we have a fairly robust and well-tested response to that particular topic.
Now, one of the other observations that ACL Allen identified in its evaluation was that frontline workers were often ill-equipped to identify cases of violent extremism. Are you aware of that conclusion? Yes. And you've referred in your evidence to the provision of training to upstream agencies and practitioners to support diversionary opportunities. Do you recall that? To what extent has this training been taken up, and are there any opportunities for improvement across the government sector in this regard?
Currently in conversation with our agency around improving our data collection measures for the implementation of that training, but we've been running what we would call youth CVE training for the best part of a decade as an agency, developed and tailored internally by our specialist support unit. We run training as part of a standard induction package for all new youth officers to introduce them to the topic and to referral pathways internal to our system should they be supervising a young person that presents with possible extremism concerns. Throughout the year, we provide multiple training platforms for youth justice caseworkers, at times also psychologists, to continue to inform them about the shifting themes that exist in the youth extremism landscape, the evolution of literature and what we've learnt in practice. And we provide a response to the broader youth safeguarding system far upstream from the youth criminal justice system. Where requests are received, we tailor training packages to child protection settings, to education settings, to psychologists, caseworkers, different disciplines, and that's a bespoke response that we just receive from the outside, and are very committed as an agency to providing as much reflections on our experiences and our knowledge as possible to try and support the system to better identify and work with these young people before they come to the criminal justice system if possible.
And in the context of that training, have you identified any misconceptions that people arrive at the training with in terms of young people and their exposure to extremism?
I think it's a topic that breeds emotion, a lot of media commentary and coverage. I think misconceptions are a normal response to a topic that people often know very little about. We haven't encountered any problems rewriting some of those misconceptions and providing a very balanced, youth-specific look at a rather complex landscape with a focus on opportunities in practice, I think, is the important point.
Now, finally, one of the opportunities that ACL Allen identified in their report was the necessity for the driving of a whole of government response to youth CVE. Have there been any steps taken with respect to that response since the report was published in January 2023?
I think arguably New South Wales has always been relatively well positioned in cross-agency panels and coordination in terms of a response to CVE. I think you'll hear from a colleague from the Step Together Engagement and Support Program tomorrow that is better positioned to speak more broadly about that coordination. But New South Wales has well-established frameworks where cross-agency representation discusses trends, themes, challenges and case coordination from a youth CVE perspective. So it was relatively well developed at the time of that evaluation, and I think has been solidified over time underneath the banner of this being driven by the Premier's Department in New South Wales as well.
But has that involved any specific initiatives that you're aware of?
CVE Steering Committee, coordinated by New South Wales Premier's Department, and obviously our community-based CVE case management program that you'll hear about, I think, tomorrow, that stands up a multi-agency framework for case consultation and collaboration.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Yes. Ms Cannelly?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Dr Barracosa.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You are excused.
Thanks for having me.
Commissioner, I understand the next session is a closed session. If we could adjourn briefly to...
Yes, very well. I'll just take a short adjournment to enable the arrangements to be made.